From the Library of Congress in Washington, D.C.
Meg Steele, 374. It will be summer eventually. Ladies with parasols, sauntering gentlemen with canes, and little girls with dolls will tint the pallid landscape as 'twere a bright bouquet. Though drifted deep in Parian, the village lies today. The lilacs, bending many a year, will sway with purple load. The bees will not despise the tune their forefathers have hummed. The wild rose redden in the bog, the aster on the hill, her everlasting fashion set, and covenant gentians frill, till summer folds her miracle as women do their gown, or priests adjust the symbols when sacrament is done. 375. My reward for being was this, my premium, my bliss, an admiralty less, a scepter penniless, and realms just dross. When thrones accost my hands with me, miss me, I'll enroll thee, sufficient dynasty, creation powerless to peer this grace, empire, state, too little, dust to dower so great. 376. 'Twas the old road through pain, that unfrequented one, with many a turn and thorn that stops at heaven. This was the town she passed, there where she rested last, then stepped more fast, the little tracks close pressed, then not so swift, slow, slow as feet did weary grow, then stopped, no other track. Wait, look, her little book, the leaf at love, turned back. Her very hat and this worn shoe just fits the track. Herself, though, fled. Another bed, a short one women make tonight, in chambers bright, too out of sight, though, from our horse good night, to touch her head. 377. At least to pray is left, O Jesus, in the air. I know not which thy chamber is. I'm knocking everywhere. Thou settest earthquake in the south and maelstrom in the sea. Say, Jesus Christ of Nazareth, hast thou no arm for me? 378. Better than music, for I who heard it, I was used to the birds before. This was different, 'twas translation of all tunes I knew and more. 'Twasn't contained like other stanza, no one could play it the second time, but the composer, perfect Mozart, perish with him that keyless rhyme. Children so told how brooks in Eden bubbled a better melody, quaintly infer Eve's great surrender, urging the feet that would not fly. Children matured are wiser mostly, Eden a legend dimly told, Eve and the anguish, grandmom's story. But I was telling a tune I heard, not such a strain the church baptizes when the last saint goes up the aisles. Not such a stanza splits the silence when the redemption strikes her bells. Let me not spill its smallest cadence, humming for promise when alone, humming until my faint rehearsal drop into tune around the throne. 379. The grass so little has to do, a sphere of simple green, with only butterflies to brood and bees to entertain. And stir all day to pretty tunes, the breezes fetch along and hold the sunshine in its lap and bow to everything. And thread the dews all night like pearl and make itself so fine, a duchess were too common for such a noticing. And even when it died, to pass in odor so divine, as lowly spices lay to sleep, or spikenards perishing, and then to dwell in sovereign barns and dream the days away, the grass so little has to do. I wish I were a hay. 380. All the letters I can write are not fair as this, syllables of velvet, sentences of plush, depths of ruby undrained, hid lip for thee, play it were a hummingbird, and just sipped me. 381. I cannot dance upon my toes, no man instructed me, but oftentimes among my mind a glee possesseth me, that had I ballet knowledge would put itself abroad in pirouette to blanch a troupe or lay a prima mad. And though I had no gown of gauze, no ringlet to my hair, nor hopped for audiences like birds, one claw upon the air, nor tossed my shape in eider balls, nor rolled on wheels of snow, till I was out of sight and sound, the house encore me so, nor any know I know the art I mention easy here, nor any placard boast me, it's full as opera.
Nicole Montez. Good morning, midnight. I'm coming home. Day got tired of me. How could I of him? Sunshine was sweet place. I like to stay, but morn didn't want me now. So, good night, day. I can look, can I? When the east is red, the hills have a way, then that puts the heart abroad. You are so not fair. Midnight, I choose day, but please take a little girl. He turned away. 383. I like to see it lap the miles and lit the valleys up, and stop to feed itself at tanks, and then prodigious step. Around a pile of mountains, a supercilious pier, and shanties by the sides of roads, and then a quarry pair. It fits its sides and crawl between, complaining all the while, in horrid hooting stanza, the chase itself downhill. Then a neigh, then prompted with a star, stop, docile and omnipotent, and that stable door. It don't sound so terrible, quite as it did. I run it over, dead, brain dead. Put it in Latin, let on my skull. Seemed I don't shrek so under rule. Turn it a little, full in the face. A trouble looks bitter, shift it just. Say, when tomorrow comes this way, I shall have weighed her down one day. I suppose it will interrupt me some, till I get accustomed, but then the tune, like other new things, shows largest then and smaller by habit. It's ruder then, put the thought in advance, a year, how like a fit, then murder where. I'll clutch and clutch, next one, might be the golden touch. Could take it, diamonds wait, I'm diving, just a little late, but stars go slow for night. I'll string you, and fine necklace, tiaras, make of some. Wear you on him, loop on a countress with you. Made of diadem, and men my old one, count, herd, then lose, and doubt that you are mine. To have the joy of feeling it again, I'll show you at the court, bear you an ornament where women breathe. Then every sigh you may lift, just as high as I, and when I die, in meek array display you, still to show how rich I go. Lest skies impeach a wealth so wonderful and banish me. 386. Taking up the fair ideal, just to cast her down, how a fracture we discover, or a splintered crown, makes the heaven portable and the gods alive, Doubtless Adam scrolled at Eden for his perjury, cherishing our poor idea till in pure dress we behold her, glorified, comfort search like this, till the broken creatures we adored for whole, stains all washed, transfigured, mended, meet us with a smile. 387. The moon is distant from the sea, and yet with amber hands she leads him, docile as a boy, along appointed sands. He never misses a degree, obedient to her eye. He comes just so far towards the town, just so far goes away. Oh, Senor, thine the amber hand, and mine the distant sea. Obedient to the least command thy eye impose on me. 388. It would never be common, more I said, different had begun. Maybe a bitterness has been, but this old sort was done. Or, if it sometime showed a twill upon the downiest morn, such bliss had I for all the years 'twould give an easier pain. I'd so much joy, I told it red upon my simple cheek. I felt a publish in my eye, 'twas needle and speak. I walked and wings my body bore, then feet a former used, unnecessary now to me as boots would be to birds. I put my pleasure all abroad, I felt a word of gold. To every creature that I meet, and down all the world. When suddenly my riches shrank, a goblin drank my due. My palaces dropped tintless, myself was beggared too. I clutched at sounds, I groped at shapes, I touched the tops of films. I felt the wilderness roll back along my golden lines. The sackcloth hangs upon the nail, the frock I used to wear, but where my moment of brigade, my drop of India. Me, 389. Me, come, my dazzled face in such a shining place. Me, here, my foreign ear, the sounds of welcome there. The saints forget our bashful feet, my holiday shall be, that they remember me, my paradise, the fame that they pronounce my name. 390. Do people molder equally? They bury in the grave. I do believe a species as positively lived, as I, who testify it, deny that I am dead, and fill my lungs with witness from tanks above my head. I say to you, said Jesus, that there be standing here a sort that shall not taste of death if Jesus were sincere. I need no further argue the statement of the Lord. It is not convertible. He told me death was dead. 391. Knows how to forget, but could I teach it? Earliest of arts, they say, when one learned how, dull hearts have died in the acquisition sacrificed for science. It's common though now. I went to school, but was not wiser. Globe did not teach it, nor Lagarden show. How to forget? Some say philosopher. Oh, enough to know. It is in the book, so I could buy it. It is like a planet telescopes would know. If it be invention, it must have a patent. Rabbi of the wise book, do you know? 392. We talked as girls do, fond and late. We speculated fair on every subject of the grave. Of ours, none affair. We handled deities of cool, as we disposers be, and God a quiet party, to our authority. But fondest dwell upon ourself, as we eventually be, when girls to women softly raise, we occupy degree. We parted with a contract to cherish and to write, but heaven made both impossible, before another night. 393. Empty my heart of thee, its single artery. Begin and leave thee out, simple extension state. Much bellow hath the sea, one Baltic thee, that they. Subtract thyself in play, and not enough for me is left to put away, myself meant thee. Erase the root, no tree, thee, then, no me. The heaven strip, eternity's vast pocket, picked.
I cried at pity, not at pain. I heard a woman say, "Poor child," and something in her voice convinced me of me. So long I fainted, to myself it seemed the common way, and health and laughter, curious things to look at like a toy. To sometimes hear rich people buy, and see the parcel rolled and carried, we supposed, to heaven for children made of gold. But not to touch or wish for or think of with a sigh, as so and so had been to us had God willed differently. I wish I knew that woman's name, so when she comes this way to hold my life and hold my ears, for fear I hear her say, "So sorry I am dead, she's sorry I am dead again." Just when the grave and I have sobbed ourselves almost to sleep, our only lullaby. 395. The face I carry with me last when I go out of time, to take my rank by in the West, that face will just be thine. I'll hand it to the angel. That, sir, was my degree. In kingdoms you have heard the raised referred to, possibly. He'll take it, scan it, step aside, return with such a crown as Gabriel never capered at, and beg me put it on. And then he'll turn me round and round to an admiring sky, as one that bore her master's name, sufficient royalty. 396. I took one draught of life. I'll tell you what I paid, precisely an existence, the market price, they said. They weighed me dust by dust, they balanced film and film, then handed me my being's worth, a single dram of heaven. 397. A train went through a burial gate. A bird broke forth and sang, and trilled and quivered, and shook his throat till all the churchyard rang, and then adjusted his little notes, and bowed and sang again. Doubtless he thought it meet of him to say goodbye to men. 398. The morning after woe, 'tis frequently the way, surpasses all that rose before for utter jubilee. As nature did not care, and piled her blossoms on, the further to parade a joy her victims stared upon. The birds declaimed their tunes, pronouncing every word like hammers. Did they know they fell like litanies of lead on here and there, a creature they'd modify the glee to fit some crucifixal clef, some key of Calvary. 399. Departed to the judgment, a mighty afternoon, great clouds like ushers leaning, creation looking on. The flesh surrendered, canceled, the bodiless begun. Two worlds like audiences disperse and leave the soul alone. 400. I think the hemlock likes to stand upon a marge of snow. It suits his own austerity and satisfies an awe that men must slake in wilderness, and in the desert cloy an instinct for the hoard, the bald, Lapland's necessity. The hemlock's nature thrives on cold, the gnash of northern winds is sweetest nutriment to him, his best Norwegian wines. To satin races he is not, but children on the dawn beneath his tabernacles play, and Dnieper wrestlers run. 401. Dare you see a soul at the white heat, then crouch within the door. Red is the fire's common tint, but when the vivid ore has vanquished flame's conditions, it quivers from the forge without a color, but the light of unanointed blaze. Least village boasts its blacksmith, whose anvil's even rings stand symbol for the finer forge that soundless tugs within. Refining these impatient ores with hammer and with blaze until the designated light repudiate the forge.
Karen Lynn Femia, number 402. To hear an oriole sing may be a common thing or only a divine. It is not of the bird who sings the same unheard as unto the crowd. The fashion of the ear attireth that it hear in dun or fair, or whether it be rune or whether it be none, it is of within. The tune is in the tree, the skeptic showeth me, no, sir, in thee. 403. I reason earth is short, and anguish absolute, and many hurt, but what of that? I reason we could die, the best vitality, cannot excel decay, but what of that? I reason that in heaven somehow it will be even. Some new equation given, but what of that? 404. To put this world down like a bundle and walk steady away requires energy, possibly agony. 'Tis the scarlet way. Trodden with strange renunciation by the Son of God, later his faint confederates justify the road. Flavors of that old crucifixion, filaments of bloom, Pontius Pilate sowed, strong clusters from Barabbas' tomb. Sacrament, saints partook before us, patent every drop, with the brand of the Gentile drinker who endorsed the cup. Although I put away his life, an ornament too grand, 405, although I put away his life, an ornament too grand, for forehead low as mine to wear, this might have been the hand that sowed the flower he preferred, or smoothed the homely pane, or pushed the pebble from his path, or played his chosen tune. On lute the least, the latest, but just his ear could know that whatsoe'er delighted it, I never would let it go. The foot to bear his errand, a little boot, I know, would leap abroad like antelope, with just the grant to do. His weariest commandment, a sweeter to obey than hide and seek, or skip to flutes, or all day chase the bee. Your servant, sir, will weary, the surgeon will not come. The world will have its own to do, the dust will vex your frame. The cold will force your tightest door some February day, but say my apron upon the sticks to make your cottage gay. That I may take that promise to paradise with me, to teach the angels avarice, you, sir, taught first to me. 406. Over and over like a tune, the recollection plays. Drums off the phantom battlements, cornets of paradise. Snatches from baptized generations, cadences too grand, but for the justified processions at the Lord's right hand. 407. One need not be a chamber to be haunted. One need not be a house. The brain has corridors surpassing material place. Far safer of a midnight meeting, external ghost, than its interior confronting that cooler host. Far safer, though in abbey gallop, the stones a chase, that unarmed one's a self-encounter in lonesome place. Ourself behind ourself concealed should startle most, assassin hid in our apartment be horror's least. The body borrows a revolver. He bolts the door, or looking a superior specter, or more. Like some old 408, like some old-fashioned miracle, when summertime is done, seems summer's recollection and the affairs of June, as infinite tradition as Cinderella's bays, or Little John of Lincoln Green, or Bluebeard's galleries. Her bees have a fictitious hum, her blossoms like a dream. So plausible they seem, her memories like strains review. When orchestra is dumb, the violin and bass replaced, and ear and heaven numb.
I'm Dora Malik. The soul selects her own society, then shuts the door to her divine majority, present no more. Unmoved, she notes the chariots pausing at her low gate. Unmoved, an emperor be kneeling upon her mat. I've known her from an ample nation. Choose one, then close the valves of her attention like stone. 4:10. How sick to wait in any place but thine. I knew last night when someone tried to twine, thinking perhaps that I looked tired or alone or breaking almost with unspoken pain. And I turned, ducal, that right was thine. One port suffices for a brig like mine. Ours be the tossing, wild though the sea, rather than a mooring unshared by thee. Ours be the cargo, unladen here, rather than the spicy isles, and thou not there. 4:11. Mine by the right of the white election, mine by the royal seal, mine by the sign in the scarlet prison bars cannot conceal. Mine here in vision and in veto, mine by the grave's repeal, titled, confirmed, delirious charter, mine long as ages steal. 4:12. She lay as if at play, her life had leaped away, intending to return, but not so soon. Her merry arms half dropped, as if for lull of sport, an instant had forgot the trick to start. Her dancing eyes ajar, as if their owner were still sparkling through for fun at you. Her mourning at the door, devising, I am sure, to force her sleep, so light, so deep. 4:13. Heaven is so far of the mind that were the mind dissolved, the sight of it by architect could not again be proved. 'Tis vast as our capacity, as fair as our idea, to him of adequate desire, no further 'tis than here. 4:14. Inconceivably solemn, things so gay pierce by the very press of imagery. Their far parades order on the eye with a mute pomp, a pleading pageantry. Flags are a brave sight, but no true eye ever went by one steadily. Music's triumphant, but the fine ear winces with delight, our drums too near. 4:15. More life went out when he went than ordinary breath, lit with a finer phosphor, requiring in the quench a power of renowned cold, the climate of the grave, a temperature just adequate, so anthracite, to live. For some
an ampler zero, a frost more needle keen, is necessary to reduce the Ethiop within. Others extinguish easier, a gnat's minutest fan, sufficient to obliterate a tract of citizen, whose peat life, amply vivid, ignores the solemn news that Popocatépetl exists or Etna's scarlets choose.
Eleanor Higginbotham, 416. The months have ends, the years a knot no power can untie, to stretch a little further the skein of misery. The earth lays back these tired lives in her mysterious drawers too tenderly that any doubt an ultimate repose. The manner of the children who weary of the day, themself the noisy plaything they cannot put away. 417. Removed from accident of loss by accident of gain, befalling not my simple days, myself had just to earn, of riches as unconscious as is the brown melee of pearls in eastern waters, marked his. What holiday would stir his slow conception had he the power to dream that but the dower's fraction awaited even him? 418. Your riches taught me poverty. Myself a millionaire in little wealth as girls could boast, till broad as Buenos Aires, you drifted your dominions a different Peru, and I esteemed all poverty for life's estate with you. Of mines I little know myself, but just the names of gems, the colors of the commonest, and scarce of diadems. So much that did I meet the queen, her glory I should know, but this must be a different wealth. To miss it, beggars so. I'm sure 'tis India all day to those who look on you without a stint, without a blame. Might I but be the Jew, I'm sure it is Golconda, beyond my power to deem, to have a smile for mine each day, how better than a gem. At least its solace is to know that there exists a gold, although I prove it just in time, its distance to behold. Its far, far treasure to surmise and estimate the pearl that slipped my simple fingers through while just a girl at school. 419. A toad can die of light. Death is the common right of toads and men, of earl and midge, the privilege. Why swagger then? The gnat's supremacy is large as thine. Life is a different thing. So measure wine, naked of flask, naked of cask, bare Rhine. Which ruby's mine? 420. There are two ripenings, one of sight, whose forces, spheric, wind until the velvet product drops spicy to the ground, a homelier maturing, a process in the burr that teeth of frosts alone disclose on far October air. 421. It ceased to hurt me, though so slow I could not see the trouble go, but only knew by looking back that something had benumbed the track. Not when it altered I could say, nor when it altered I could say, for I had worn it every day, as constant as the childish frock I hung upon the peg at night. But not the grief, that nestled close, as needles ladies softly pressed to cushioned cheeks to keep their place. Nor what consoled it I could trace, except whereas 'twas wilderness, it's better, almost, peace.
Ethelbert Miller, 422. Give little anguish, loves with fret, give avalanches and they'll slant. Strengthen, look cautious for their breath, but make no syllable like death. Who only shows his marble discs, sublimer sort than speech. 423. The first day's night had come, and grateful that a thing so terrible had been endured, I told my soul to sing. She said her strings would snap, bowed to atoms blown, and so the men her gave my work until another morn. And then the day as used as yesterday in pairs, and rolled its horror in my face until it blocked my eyes. My brain begun to laugh, I mumbled like a fool, and though it's years ago that day, my brain keeps giggling still. And something odd within that person that I was, and this one do not feel the same. Could it be madness, this? 424. The color of the grave is green, the outer grave, I mean. You would not know it from the field, except it owns stone. To help the fawn to find it through infinite asleep, to stop and tell them where it is, but just a daisy deep. The color of the grave is white, the outer grave I mean, you would not know it from the drifts in winter to the sun. Has furrowed out the aisles, then higher than the land, the little dwelling houses rise, where each has left a friend. The color of the grave within, the duplicate I mean, that all the snows could make it white, though all the summer's green. You've seen the color maybe upon a bonnet bound, when there you met it with before, the ferret cannot find. 425. There was a maelstrom with a notch that near every day kept narrowing its bowling wheel until the agony toyed coolly with the final inch of your delirious hem, and you dropped, lost, when something broke, and you let from a dream, as if a goblin with a gauge kept measuring the hours until you felt your second way helpless in its pause. And now a new stare could help, and sense was setting numb, when God remembered and intervened, could let go, then overcome, as if your sentence stood pronounced, and you were frozen lead, from dungeon's luxury of doubt to give it in the dead. And when the film had stitched your eyes, a creature gasped reprieve, which anguish was the utterance, then to perish or to live.
I'm Jean Nordhaus, 426. I gave myself to him and took himself for pay. The solemn contract of a life was ratified this way. The wealth might disappoint, myself a poorer prove than this great purchaser suspect the daily own of love. Depreciate the vision, but till the merchant buy, still fable in the isles of spice the subtle cargoes lie. At least 'tis mutual risk, some found it mutual gain. Sweet debt of life each night to owe, insolvent every noon. Sunset at night 427. Sunset at night is natural, but sunset on the dawn reverses nature, master, so midnights do at noon. Eclipses be predicted, and science bows them in, but do one face us suddenly Jehovah's watch is wrong. 428. We grow accustomed to the dark when light is put away, as when the neighbor holds the lamp to witness her goodbye. A moment we uncertain step for newness of the night, then fit our vision to the dark and meet the road erect. And so of larger darknesses, those evenings of the brain, when not a moon disclose a sign or star come out within, the bravest grope a little and sometimes hit a tree directly in the forehead, but as they learn to see, either the darkness alters or something in the sight adjusts itself to midnight, and life steps almost straight. 429. You'll know it as you know 'tis noon, by glory as you do the sun, by glory as you will in heaven, know God the Father and the Son. By intuition, mightiest things assert themselves, and not by terms. I'm midnight, need the midnight say? I'm sunrise, need the majesty? Omnipotence had not a tongue, his lisp is lightning, and the sun his conversation with the sea. How shall you know? Consult your eye. 430. A charm invests a face imperfectly beheld. The lady dare not lift her veil for fear it be dispelled, but peers beyond her mesh and wishes and denies, lest interview annul a want that image satisfies. 431. If I may have it when it's dead, I'll be contented so. If just as soon as breath is out, it shall belong to me. Until they lock it in the grave, 'tis bliss I cannot weigh, for though they lock thee in the grave, myself can own the key. Think of it, lover, I and thee, permitted face to be, after a life, a death, we'll say, for death was that, and this is thee. I'll tell thee all, how bald it grew, how midnight felt it first to me, how all the clocks stopped in the world and sunshine pinched me, 'twas so cold, then how the grief got sleepy some, as if my soul were deaf and dumb, just making signs across to thee, that this way thou couldst notice me. I'll tell you how I tried to keep a smile to show you when this deep all waited, we look back for play at those old times in Calvary. Forgive me if the grave comes slow, for coveting to look at thee. Forgive me if to stroke thy frost outvisions paradise. 432. I read my sentence steadily, reviewed it with my eyes, to see that I made no mistake in its extremest clause, the date and manner of the shame, and then the pious form, that God have mercy on the soul, the jury voted him. I made my soul familiar with her extremity, that at the last it should not be a novel agony, but she and death acquainted meet tranquilly as friends, salute and pass without a hint, and there the matter ends. 433. A murmur in the trees to note, not loud enough for wind. A star not far enough to seek, nor near enough to find. A long, long yellow on the lawn, a hubbub as of feet, not audible as ours to us, but dapperer
more sweet. A hurrying home of little men to houses unperceived. All this and more, if I should tell, would never be believed. Of robins in the trundle bed, how many I espy, whose nightgowns could not hide the wings, although I heard them try. But then I promised ne'er to tell. How could I break my word? So go your way, and I'll go mine. No fear you'll miss the road.
.434. It is dead, find it, out of sound, out of sight. Happy, which is wiser, you or the wind? Conscious, won't you ask that, of the low ground? Homesick? Many met it, even through them, this cannot testify themself as dumb. Not in this world to see his face, sounds long until I read the place where this is said to be, but just the primer to a life, unopened, rare, open the shelf, clasped yet to him and me. And yet my primer suits me so, I would not choose a book to know. Then that be sweetest wise, might someone else so learned be, and leaves me just my ABC, himself could have the skies. I found the word to every thought I ever had but one, and that defies me as a hand did try to chalk the sun. To races nurtured in the dark, how would your own begin? Can blaze he shone in cochineal or noon in Mazarin? .437. I never felt at home below and in the handsome skies. I shall not feel at home, I know, I don't like paradise. Because it's Sunday all the time and recess never comes. And Eden'll be so lonesome, bring Wednesday afternoons. If God could make a visit or ever took a nap, so not to see us, but they say himself a telescope. Perennial beholds us, myself would run away from him and Holy Ghost and all, but there's the judgment day. .438. The body grows without the more convenient way, that if the spirit like to hide, its temple stands alway. Ajar, secure, inviting, it never did betray the soul that asked its shelter in solemn honesty. .439. I had been hungry all the years, my noon had come to dine. I trembling drew the table near and touched the curious wine. 'Twas this on tables I had seen when running hungry home. I looked in windows for the wealth I could not hope for mine. I did not know the ample bread, 'twas unlike the crumb the birds and I had often shared in nature's dining room. The plenty hurt me, 'twas so new, myself felt ill and odd, as berry of a mountain bush transplanted to the road. Nor was I hungry, so I found that hunger was a way of persons outside windows the entering takes away. .440. I years had been from home, and now before the door I dared not enter, lest a face I never saw before stare solid into mine and ask my business there. My business, but a life I felt was such remaining there. I leaned upon the awe I lingered with before. The second, like an ocean, rolled and broke against my ear. I laughed a crumbling laugh that I could fear adore, who consternation compassed and never winced before. I fitted to the latch my hand with trembling care, lest back the awful door would spring and leave me in the floor. Then moved my fingers off as cautiously as glass, and held my ears, and like a thief fled gasping from the house. You'll find it when you try to die the easier to let go, for recollecting such as went you could not spare, you know. And though their places somewhat filled and did their marble names, with moss they never grew so full to choose the newer names. And when this world sets further back, as dying, say it does, the former love distincter grows and supersedes the fresh. And thought of them so fair invites, it looks to tawdry grace, to stay behind with just the toys we bought to ease their place. Thank you.
Rahima Shafiqullah. I see thee better in the dark, I do not need a light. The love of thee, a prism bee, excelling violet. I see thee better for the years that hunch themselves between. The miner's lamp sufficient be to nullify the mine. And in the grave I see thee best. Its little panels be aglow, all ruddy with the light I held so high for thee. What need of day to those whose dark hath so surpassing sun? It deem it be continually at the meridian. 443. Could I do more for thee, wert thou a bumblebee, since for the queen have I naught but bouquet. 444. It would have starved a gnat to live so small as I, and yet I was a living child with food's necessity. Upon me like a claw, I could no more remove than I could coax a leech away, or make a dragon move. Nor like the gnat had I the privilege to fly and seek a dinner for myself, how mightier he than I. Nor like himself the art upon the window pane to gad my little being out and not begin again. 445. They shut me up in prose, and when a little girl, they put me in the closet, because they liked me still. Still, could themselves have peeped, and seen my brain go round, they might as wise have lodged a bird for treason in the pound. Himself has but to will, and easy as a star, look down upon captivity and laugh, no more have I. 446. This was a poet. It is that distills amazing sense from ordinary meanings, an attar so immense from the familiar species that perish by the door, we wonder it was not ourselves arrested it before. Of pictures, the discloser, the poet, it is he, entitles us, by contrast, to ceaseless poverty. Of portion, so unconscious, the robbing could not harm, himself to him a fortune, exterior to time. 447. In falling timbers buried, there breathed a man. Outside, the spades were plying. The lungs within, could he know they sought him? Could they know he breathed? Horrid sand partition, neither could be heard. Never slacked the diggers, but when spades had done, oh, reward of anguish, it was dying then. Many things are fruitless, 'tis a baffling earth, but there is no gratitude like the grace of death. 448. I died for beauty, but was scarce adjusted in the tomb, when one who died for truth was lain in an adjoining room. He questioned softly why I failed. For beauty, I replied, and I for truth themselves are one. We brethren are, he said, and so as kinsmen met a night. We talked between the rooms until the moss had reached our lips and covered up our names. 449. Dreams are well, but waking's better. If one wake at morn, if one wake at midnight, better. Dreaming of the dawn, sweeter the surmising robins, never gladdened tree than a solid dawn confronting, leading to no day. 450. The outer from the inner derives its magnitude. 'Tis duke or dwarf according as is the central mood, the fine, unvarying axis that regulates the wheel. Those spokes spin more conspicuous and fling a dust the while. The inner paints the outer. The brush without the hand, its picture publishes precise as in the inner brand. On fine arterial canvas, a cheek, perchance a brow, the star's whole secret in the lake, eyes were not meant to know.
Joanne Rocky Delaplane, 451. The Malay took the pearl, not I, the earl. I feared the sea too much, unsanctified to touch, praying that I might be worthy the destiny. The swarthy fellow swam and bore my jewel home. Home to the hurt, home to the hut, what lot had I, the jewel got, born on a dusky breast? I had not deemed a vest of amber fit. The Negro never knew I wooed it too, to gain or be undone, alike to him, one. 452. Love, thou art high, I cannot climb thee, but were it two, who knows but we, taking turns, at the Chimborazo ducal at last, stand up by thee. Love, thou art deep, I cannot cross thee, but were there two instead of one, rower and yacht, some sovereign summer, who knows but we'd reach the sun. Love, thou art veiled, a few behold thee, smile and alter and prattle and die. Bliss were an oddity without thee, nicknamed by God eternity. 453. Our journey had advanced. Our feet were almost come to that odd fork in being's road, eternity by term. Our pace took sudden awe, our feet reluctant led. Before were cities, but between the forest of the dead. Retreat was out of hope. Behind a sealed route, eternity's white flag before, and God at every gate. 454. I rose because he sank. I thought it would be opposite, but when his power dropped, my soul grew straight. I cheered my fainting prince. I sang firm, even chants. I helped his film with him, and when the dews drew off that held his forehead stiff, I met him, balm to balm. I told him best must pass through this low arch of flesh, no cask so brave it spurn the grave. I told him worlds I knew, where emperors grew, who recollected us if we were true. And so with hues of him and sinews from within, and ways I knew not that I knew, till then I lifted him. 455. It was given to me by the gods when I was a little girl. They give us presents most, you know, when we are new and small. I kept it in my hand. I never put it down. I did not dare to eat or sleep for fear it would be gone. I heard such words as rich when hurrying to school from lips at corners of the streets and wrestled with a smile. Rich, 'twas myself, was rich to take the name of gold and gold to own in solid bars. The difference made me bold.
Linda Berg Cross, 456. A prison gets to be a friend. Between its ponderous face and ours, a kinsmanship express. And in its narrow eyes, we come to look with gratitude for the appointed being it deal us, stated as our food, and hungered for the same. We learn to know the planks that answer to our feet, so miserable a sound at first, nor even now so sweet, as splashing in the pools when memory was a boy, but a demure circuit, a geometric joy. The posture of the key that interrupt the day, to our endeavor, not so real the cheek of liberty. As this phantasman steel, whose features day and night are present to us as our own, and as escapeless quite. The narrow round, the stint, the slow exchange of hope for something passiver, content, too steep for looking up. The liberty we knew avoided like a dream, too wide for any night but heaven, if that indeed redeem. 457. Nature sometimes sears a sapling, sometimes scalds a tree. Her green people recollect it when they do not die. Fainter leaves to further seasons dumbly testify. We who have the souls die oftener, not so vitally. 458. She dealt her pretty words like blades, how glittering they shone, and every one unbarred a nerve or wantoned with a bone. She never deemed she hurt, that is not steel's a fear, a vulgar grimace in the flesh, how ill the creatures bear. To ache is human, not polite, the film upon the eye, mortality's old custom just locking up to die. 459. Why do I love you, sir? Because the wind does not require the grass to answer. Wherefore, when he passed, she cannot keep her place. Because he knows, and do not you, and we know not, enough for us, the wisdom it be so. The lightning never asked an eye wherefore it shut when he was by, because he knows it cannot speak, and reasons not contained. Of talk there be preferred by daintier folk. The sunrise, sir, compelleth me, because he's sunrise, and I see, therefore, then I love thee. 460. The Himalaya was known to stoop upon the daisy low, transported with compassion that such a doll should grow, where tent by tent her universe hangs out its flags of snow. 461. We cover thee, sweet face, not that we tire of thee, but that thyself fatigue of us. Remember, as thou go, we follow thee until thou notice us no more. And then, reluctant, turn away to con thee o'er and o'er, and blame the scanty love we were content to show, augmented, sweet 100-fold, if thou wouldest take it now. 462. Of being is a bird, and likest to the down. In easy breeze do put afloat the general heavens open. It soars and shifts and whirls and measures with the clouds in easy, even, dazzling pace, no different the birds, except a wake of music accompany their feet, as did the down emit a tune for ecstasy of it.
Jennifer Reek, 453. Is that correct? 453. Oh, what is it? Oh, sorry. A long, long sleep, a famous sleep that makes no show for morn, by stretch of limb or stir of lid, an independent one. Was ever idleness like this, upon a bank of stone, to bask the centuries away, nor once look up for noon? Without this there is naught, all other riches be, as in the twitter of a bird heard opposite the sea. I could not care to gain a lesser than the whole, for did not this include themself, as seems include the ball? Or wished a way might be my heart to subdivide, 'twould magnify the gratitude and not reduce the gold. 465. The name of it is autumn, the hue of it is blood, an artery upon the hill, a vein along the road. Great globules in the alleys, and oh, the shower of stain, when winds upset the basin and spill the scarlet rain. It sprinkles bonnets far below, it gathers ruddy pools, then eddies like a rose away upon vermilion wheels. 466. I dwell in possibility, a fairer house than prose, more numerous of windows, superior for doors, of chambers as the cedars, impregnable of eye, and for an everlasting roof, the gambrels of the sky. Of visitors the fairest, for occupation this, the spreading wide my narrow hands to gather paradise. 467. A solemn thing within the soul, to feel itself get ripe, and golden hang while farther up the maker's ladders stop. And in the orchard far below you hear a being drop. A wonderful to feel the sun still toiling at the cheek you thought was finished, cool of eye and critical of work. He shifts the stem a little to give your core a look, but solemnness to know your chance and harvest moves a little nearer, every sun, the single, to some lives. 468. Whole gulfs of red and fleets of red and crews of solid blood did place about the west tonight as 'twere specific ground, and they, appointed creatures in authorized arrays, do promptly as a drama that bows and disappears. 469. My garden, like the beach, denotes there be a sea that summer, such as these, the pearls she fetches, such as me. 470. That first day when you praised me, sweet, and said that I was strong and could be mighty if I liked, that day the days among, glow central like a jewel between diverging golds, the minor one that gleamed behind, and vaster of the worlds.
Steve Logan, number 471. To make one's toilet after death has made the toilet cool. Of only taste we care to please is difficult and still. That's easier than braid the hair and make the bodice gay, when eyes that fondled it are wrenched by decalogues away. Number 472. 'Tis good, the looking back on grief, to re-endure a day we thought the mighty funeral of all conceived joy, to recollect how busy grass did meddle one by one, till all the grief with summer waved, and none could see the stone. And though the woe you have today be larger as the sea exceeds its unremembered drop, their water equally. Number 473. I was the slightest in the house. I took the smallest room. At night, my little lamp and book, and one geranium. So stationed, I could catch the mint that never ceased to fall, and just my basket let me think. I'm sure that this was all. I never spoke unless addressed, and then 'twas brief and low. I could not bear to live aloud. The racket shamed me so. And if it had not been so far, and anyone I knew were going, I had often thought how noteless I could die. Number 474. You love the Lord you cannot see. You write him every day. A little note when you awake, and further in the day. An ample letter, how you miss and would delight to see. But then his house is but a step, and mine's in heaven, you see. Number 475. Myself was formed a carpenter, an unpretending time, my plane and I together wrought before a builder came. To measure our attainments, how we the art of boards sufficiently developed, he'd hire us at halves. My tools took human faces, the bench where we had toiled, against the man persuaded. We temples build, I said. Number 476. We pray to heaven, we prate of heaven, relate when neighbors die. At what o'clock to heaven they fled? Who saw them? Wherefore fly? Is heaven a place, a sky, a tree? Location's narrow way is for ourselves. Unto the dead there's no geography, but state, endowal, focus, where, omnipresence, fly.
Hello, I'm Elizabeth Mercurio. He fumbles at your soul as players at the keys. Before they drop full music on, he stuns you by degrees, prepares your brittle nature for the ethereal blow, by fainter hammers further heard, then nearer, then so slow. Your breath has time to straighten, your brain to bubble cool, deals one imperial thunderbolt that scalps your naked soul. When winds hold forests in their paws, the universe is still. Just once, O least request, could adamant refuse. So small a grace, so scanty put, such agonizing terms. Would not a god of flint be conscious of a sigh? As down his heaven dropped remote, just once, sweet deity. Because I could not stop for death, he kindly stopped for me. The carriage held but just ourselves and immortality. We slowly drove, he knew no haste, and I had put away my labor and my leisure too, for his civility. We passed the school where children strove at recess in the ring. We passed the fields of gazing grain. We passed the setting sun. Or rather, he passed us. The dews drew quivering and chill. For only gossamer my gown, my tippet only tulle. We paused before a house that seemed a swelling of the ground. The roof was scarcely visible, the cornice in the ground. Since then, 'tis centuries, and yet feels shorter than the day. I first surmised the horses' heads were toward eternity. He fought like those who, not to lose, bestowed himself to balls, as one who for a further life had not a further use. Invited death with bold attempt, but death was coy of him, as other men were coy of death. To him to live was doom. His comrades shifted like the flakes when gusts reversed the snow, but he was left alive because of greediness to die. 481. Fame of myself to justify, all other plaudit be, superfluous and incense beyond necessity. Fame of myself to lack, although my name be else supreme. This were an honor, honorless, a futile diadem. 482. Wolfe demanded during dying, which obtained the day. General, the British. Easy, answered Wolfe, to die. Montcalm, his opposing spirit, rendered with a smile. Sweet, said he, my own surrender, liberty's beguile. 483. Most she touched me by her muteness, most she won me by the way. She presented her small figure, plea itself for charity. Were a crumb my whole possession, were there famine in the land, were it my resource from starving, could I such a plea withstand? Not upon her knee to thank me sank this beggar from the sky, but the crumb partook, departed, and returned on high. I supposed when sudden such a praise began, 'twas a space sat singing to herself and men, 'twas the winged beggar. Afterward I learned to her benefactor, making gratitude. 484. From blank to blank, a threadless way, I pushed mechanic feet, to stop or perish or advance, alike indifferent. If end I gained, it ends beyond, indefinite disclosed. I shut my eyes and groped as well, 'twas lighter to be blind. 485. The whole of it came not at once, 'twas murder by degrees. a thrust, and then for life a chance, the bliss to categorize. The cat reprieves the mouse, she eases from her teeth, just long enough for hope to tease, then mashes it to death. 'Tis life's award to die, contender if once, then dying half, then rallying for consciouser eclipse. Thank you.
Holly Gruntner. 486. He told a homely tale and spotted it with tears. Upon his infant face was set the cicatrice of years. All crumpled was the cheek no other kiss had known, then flake of snow divided with the redbreast of the barn. If mother in the grave, or father of the sea, or father in the firmament, or brethren had he, if commonwealth below, or commonwealth above, had missed a barefoot citizen, I've ransomed it alive. Presentiment is that long shadow on the lawn, indicative that suns go down, the notice to the startled grass that darkness is about to pass. 488. You constituted time, I deemed eternity, a revelation of yourself, 'twas therefore deity. The absolute removed, the relative away, that I unto himself adjust my slow idolatry. 489. My faith is larger than the hills, so when the hills decay, my faith must take the purple wheel to show the sun the way. 'Tis first he steps upon the vein, and then upon the hill, and then abroad the world he go to do his golden will. And if his yellow feet should miss, the bird would not arise, the flowers would slumber on their stems, no bells have paradise. How dare I, therefore, stint a faith on which so vast depends, lest firmament should fail for me, the rivet in the bands. 490. Rests at night the sun from shining, nature and some men. Rest at noon, some men, while nature and the sun go on. 491. The world feels dusty when we stop to die. We want the dew then, honors taste dry. Flags vex a dying face, but the least fan, stirred by a friend's hand, cools like the rain. Mine be the ministry when thy thirst comes, dews of Thessaly to fetch and Hybla balms. 492. To offer brave assistance to lives that stand alone when one has failed to stop them is human but divine. To lend an ample sinew unto a nameless man whose homely benediction no other stopped to earn. 493. When I hoped I recollect just the place I stood, at a window facing west, roughest air was good. Not a sleet could bite me, not a frost could cool. Hope it was that kept me warm, not merino shawl. When I feared, I recollect just the day it was. Words were lying out to sun, yet how nature froze. Icicles upon my soul prickled blue and cool. Bird went praising everywhere, only me was still. And that day that I despaired, this, if I forget, nature will that it be night after sun has set. Darkness intersect her face and put out her eye. Nature hesitates before memory and I. 494. The wind didn't come from the orchard today, further than that, nor stop to play with the hay, nor threaten a hat. He's a transitive fellow, very, rely on that. If he leave a burr at the door, we know he has climbed a fir. But the fir is where? Declare, were you ever there? If he bring odors of clovers, and that is his business, not ours, that he has been with the mowers, wetting away the hours, to sweet pauses of hay his way of a June day. If he fling sand and pebble, little boys' hats and stubble, with an occasional steeple and a horse. Get out of the way, I say. Who'd be the fool to stay? Would you be the fool to stay? 495.
Mary Beth Wise. The day undressed herself. Her garter was of gold, her petticoat of purple plain, her dimities of old. Exactly as the world, and yet the newest star, enrolled upon the hemisphere, be wrinkled much as her. Too near to God to pray, too near to heaven to fear, the Lady of the Occident retired without a care. Her candles so expire, the flickering be seen on ball of mast, in Bosporus, and dun, and dome, and window pane. 496. The beggar lad dies early. It's somewhat in the cold, and somewhat in the trudging feet, and haply in the world. The cruel, smiling, bowing world that took its cambric way, nor heard the timid cry for bread, sweet lady, charity. Among redeemed children, if trudging feet may stand, the barefoot time forgotten, so the sleet, the bitter wind, the childish hands that teased for pence, lifted adoring then to him whom never ragged coat did supplicate in vain. 497. One and one are one. Two be finished using, well enough for schools, but for minor choosing. Life just or death, or the everlasting, more would be too vast for the souls comprising. 498. I lived on dread to those who knew the stimulus there is in danger. Other impetus is numb and vitalless. As 'twere a spur upon the soul, a fear will urge it where to go without the spectre's aid were challenging despair. 499. Best gains must have the losses test to constitute them gains. 500. Not revelation 'tis that waits, but our unfurnished eyes. 501. The robin is the one that interrupt the morn with hurried, few express reports when March is scarcely on. The robin is the one that overflow the noon with her cherubic quantity, and April but begun. The robin is the one that speechless from her nest submit that home and certainty and sanctity are best. 502. Life is death we're lengthy at, death the hinge to life. 503. We'll pass without the parting, so to spare certificate of absence, deeming where I left her I could find her if I tried. This way I keep from missing those that died. 504. The birds begun at 4 o'clock, their period for dawn, a music numerous as space, but neighboring as noon. I could not count their force, their numbers did expend as brook by brook bestows itself to multiply the pond. The listener was not, except occasional man, in homely industry arrayed to overtake the morn. Nor was it for applause that I could ascertain, but independent ecstasy of universe and men. By 6 the flood had done, no tumult there had been of dressing or departure, yet all the band was gone. The sun engrossed the east, the day resumed the world, the miracle that introduced forgotten as fulfilled. 505. They have a little odor that to me is meter, nay, 'tis posy, and spiciest at fading, celebrate a habit of a laureate. 506. Light is insufficient to itself if others want to see. It can be had on window panes some hours in the day, but not for compensation. It holds a large aglow to squirrel in the Himalaya, precisely as to you.
Mary Sweeb. Like mighty footlights burned the red at bases of the trees, the far theatricals of day exhibiting to these. 'Twas universe that did applaud, while chiefest of the crowd, enabled by the royal dress, myself distinguished God. 508. A pit, but heaven over it, and heaven beside and heaven abroad, and yet a pit, with heaven over it. To stir would be to slip, to look would be to drop, to dream, to sap the prop that holds my chances up. Ah, pit with heaven over it. The depth is all my thought. I dare not ask my feet. 'Twould start us where we sit, so straight you'd scarce suspect it was a pit, with fathoms under it. It's a circuit just the same, whose doom to whom 'twould start them. We could tremble, but since we got a bomb, and held it in our bosom, nay, hold it, it is calm. 509. A curious cloud surprised the sky. 'Twas like a sheet with horns. The sheet was blue, the antlers gray. It almost touched the lawns. So low it leaned, and then statelier drew and trailed like robes away. A queen adown a satin isle had not the majesty. 510. Of Brussels it was not, of Kidminster, nay, the winds did buy it of the woods, they sold it unto me. It was a gentle price, the poorest could afford. It was within the frugal purse of baker or the bird. Of small and spicy yards in hue, a mellow dun, of sunshine and of sere composed, but principally of sun. The wind unrolled it fast and spread it on the ground. Upholstered of the pines is he, upholsterer of the sun pond. 511. He found my being, set it up, adjusted to the place, then carved his name upon it and bade me to the east. Be faithful in his absence, and he would come again with a pottage of amber, that time to take it home. 512. Unto my books, so good to turn far ends of tired days, yet half endears the absence, and pain is missed in praise. As flavors cheer the retarded guests with banquetings to be, so spices stimulate the time till my small liberty. It may be wilderness without, bare feet of failing men, but holiday excludes the night and its bells within. I thank these kinsmen of the shelf, their countenance kid, enamored the perspective, and satisfy obtained. 513. The spider holds a silver ball in unperceived hands, and dancing softly to himself, his yarn of pearl unwinds. He plies it from naught to naught in unsubstantial trade, supplements our tapestries with his in half the period, an hour to rear supreme his continent of light, then dangles from the housewife's broom his boundaries forgot.
My name is F.T. Clark. 514, sorry. 3 times we parted, breath and I. 3 times he would not go, but strove to star the lifeless fan. The waters strove to stay. 3 times the billows threw me up, then caught me like a ball, then made blue faces in my face and pushed away a sail that crawled leagues off. I'd like to see, for thinking, while I die, how pleasant to behold a thing where human faces be. The waves grew sleepy, breath did not the winds like children lull. Then sunrise kissed my chrysalis, and I stood up and lived. 5:15. There is a pain so utter it swallows substance up, then covers the abyss in trance, so memory can step around, across, upon it, as one within a swoon, go safely where an open eye would drop him, bone by bone. 5:16. It troubled me as once I was, for I was once a child, concluding how an atom fell, and yet the heavens held. The heavens weighed the most by far, yet blue and solid stood. Without a bolt that I could prove would giants understand. Life set me larger problems, some I shall keep to solve, till algebra is easier or simpler proved above, than to be comprehended. What sore puzzled me, why heavens did not break away and tumbled blue on me. 5:17. A still volcano life that flickered in the night when it was dark enough to do without erasing sight. A quiet earthquake style, too subtle to suspect, by nature's this side Naples the north cannot detect. The solemn torrid symbol, the lips that never lie, whose hissing curls part and shut, and cities ooze away. 5:17. When I was small, a woman died today. Her only boy went up from the Potomac, his face all victory. To look at her, how slowly the seasons must have turned, till bullets clip an angle and he passed quickly round. If pride shall be in paradise, ourself cannot decide. Of their imperial conduct no person testified. But, proud in apparition, that woman and her boy passed back and forth before my brain, as even in the sky I'm confident the bravos perpetual break abroad, for braveries remote as this in yonder Maryland. 5:19. This is my letter to the world that never wrote to me, the simple news that nature told with tender majesty. Her message is committed to hands I cannot see, for love of her, sweet countrymen, judge tenderly of me. 5:20. God made a little Genetian. It tried to be a rose, and failed, and all the summer laughed, but just before the snows, there rose a purple creature that ravished all the hill, and summer hid her forehead, and mockery was still. The frosts were her condition. The Tyrian would not come until the north invoke it. Creator, shall I bloom? 5:21. It always felt to me a wrong to that old Moses done to let him see the Canaan without the entering. And though in soberer moments no Moses there can be, I'm satisfied the romance in point of injury surpasses sharper stated of Stephen or of Paul, for these were only put to death while God's adwater will on Moses seemed to fasten with tantalizing play, as boy should deal with lesser boy to prove ability. The fault was doubtless Israel's. Myself had banned the tribes and ushered grand old Moses in penitential robes. Open the broad possession 'twas little he should see. Old man on Nebo, late as this, my justice bleeds for thee.
Emily Cernicker, 522. I tie my hat, I crease my shawl, life's little duties do precisely. At the very least, we're infinite to me. I put new blossoms in the glass and throw the old away. I push a petal from my gown, that anchored there I weigh. The time 'twill be till 6 o'clock, so much I have to do, and yet existence, some way back, struck my ticking through. We cannot put ourselves away as a completed man, or woman when the errand's done, we come to flesh upon. There may be miles on miles of naught, of action sick or far. To stimulate is stinging work, to cover what we are. From science and from surgery to telescopic eyes, to bear on us unshaded, for their sake, not for ours. Therefore, we do life's labor, though life's reward be done with scrupulous exactness to hold our senses on. 523. The trees like tassels hit and swung. There seemed to rise a tune from miniature creatures accompanying the sun. From phalansteries of summer enamoring the ear, they never yet did satisfy, remotest when most fair. The sun shone whole at intervals, then half, then utter hid, as if himself were optional and had estates of cloud. Sufficient to enfold him eternally from view, except it were a whim of his to let the orchids grow. A bird sat careless on the fence, once gossiped in the lane. On silver's matters charmed a snake, just winding round a stone. Bright flowers slit in calyx and soared upon a stem, like hindering flags sweet hoisted with spices in the hem. 'Twas more I cannot mention, how mean to those that see. Van Dyck's delineation of nature's summer day. 524. It feels a shame to be alive when men so brave are dead. One envies the distinguished dust permitted such a head. The stone that tells defending whom the Spartan put away, what little of him we possessed in pawn for liberty. The price is great, sublimely paid. Do we deserve a thing that lives like dollars must be piled before we may obtain? Are we that weight sufficient worth that such enormous pearl as life dissolved be for us in battle's horrid bowl. It may be a renown to live, I think of men who die, those unsustained saviors, present divinity.
Sandra Beasley, 5:25. My period had come for prayer, no other art would do. My tactics missed a rudiment. Creator, was it you? God grows above, so those who pray horizons must ascend. And so I stepped upon the north to see this curious friend. His house was not, no sign had he, by chimney nor by door. Could I infer his residence, vast prairies of air? Unbroken by a settler were all that I could see. Infinitude, hadst thou no face that I might look on thee? The silence condescended, creation stopped for me. But awed beyond my errand, I worshipped, did not pray. 5:26. I pay in satin cash. You did not state your price. A petal for a paragraph is near as I can guess. 5:27. One anguish in a crowd, a minor thing it sounds, and yet unto the single doe attempted of the hounds, 'tis terror as consummate as legions of alarm did leap full-flanked upon the host, 'tis units make the swarm. A small leech on the vitals, the sliver in the lung, the bung out of an artery are scarce accounted harms, yet mighty by relation to that repealless thing, a being impotent to end when once it has begun. 5:28. 'Tis not that dying hurts us so, 'tis living hurts us more, but dying is a different way, a kind behind the door. The southern custom of the bird that ere the frosts are due accepts a better latitude. We are the birds that stay. The shivers round farmers' doors for those reluctant crumb we stipulate till pitying snows persuade our feathers home. 5:29. A dying tiger moaned for drink. I hunted all the sand. I caught the dripping of a rock and bore it in my hand. His mighty balls in death were thick, but searching I could see a vision on the retina of water and of me. 'Twas not my blame who sped too slow. 'Twas not his blame who died while I was reaching him, but 'twas the fact that he was dead. 5:30. He gave away his life to us, gigantic sum, a trifle in his own esteem, but magnified by fame, until it burst the hearts that fancied they could hold, when swift it slipped its limit and on the heavens unrolled. 'Tis ours to wince and weep and wonder and decay by blossom's gradual process. He chose maturity, but quickening as we sowed just obviated bud, and when we turned to note the growth, broke perfect from the pod. 5:31. We learned the whole of love, the alphabet the words, a chapter, then the mighty book, then Revelation closed. But in each other's eyes, an ignorance beheld, diviner than the childhoods, and each, to each, a child, attempted to expound what neither understood. Alas, that wisdom is so large and truth so manifold.
The winters are so short, I'm hardly justified in sending all the birds away and moving into pod. Myself, for scarcely settled, the Phoebes have begun, and then it's time to strike my tent and home and open house again. It's mostly interruptions my summer is despoiled, because there was a winter once, and all the cattle starved, and so there was a deluge and swept the world away. But Ararat's a legend now, and no one credits Noah. 533. I reckon when I count it all, first poets, then the sun, then summer, then the heaven of God, and then the list is done. But looking back, the first so seems to comprehend the whole, the others look a needless show. So I write poets all. Their summer lasts a solid year, they can afford a sun, the East would deem extravagant, and if the further heaven be beautiful as they prepare for those who worship them, it is too difficult a grace to justify the dream. 534. How many flowers fail in wood or perish from the hill without the privilege to know that they are beautiful? How many cast a nameless pod upon the nearest breeze, unconscious of the scarlet freight it bare to other eyes? 535. It might be lonelier without the loneliness. I'm so accustomed to my fate. Perhaps the other, peace, would interrupt the dark and crowd the little room, too scant by cubits to contain the sacrament of him. I am not used to hope. It might intrude upon its sweet parade, blaspheme the place, ordained to suffering. It might be easier to fail with land in sight than gain my blue peninsula to perish of delight. 536. Some work for immortality, the chiefer part for time. He compensates immediately. The former checks on fame. Slow gold, but everlasting, the bullion of today, contrasted with the currency of immortality. A beggar here and there is gifted to discern beyond the broker's insight one's money, one's the mine. 537. I could die to know 'tis a trivialing knowledge. Newsboys salute the door, carts joggle by. Morning's bold face stares in the window. Were but mine the charter of the least fly. Houses hunch the house with their brick shoulders. Coals from a rolling load rattle how near to the very square his foot is passing possibly this moment while I dream here. 538. Must be a woe, a loss or so, to bend the eye, best beauty's way. But once aslant, it notes delight, as difficult as stalactite. A common bliss were had for less, the price is even as the grace. Our Lord thought no extravagance to pay a cross. Thank you.
Natwar Gandhi, 539. Delight becomes pictorial when viewed through pain, more fair, because impossible that any gain. The mountain at a given distance in amber lies, approach the amber flits a little, and that is the skies. 540. If what we could were what we would, criterion be small, it is the ultimate of talk, the importance to tell. 541. The test of love is death. Our Lord so loved, it saith, what largest lover hath another doth? If smaller patience be through less infinity, if bravo sometimes swear through fainter nerve, accept its most and overlook the dust, last, list the cross's request. 542. For largest woman's heart I knew, it's little I can do, and yet the largest woman's heart can hold an arrow too. And so, instructed by my own, I tenderer turn me to. 543. Unit like death, for whom? True, like the tomb. Who tells me no secret? Told to him, the grave is strict. Tickets admit just two, the bearer and the born. And sit just one, the living tell, the dying but a syllable, the coy dead none. No chatter here, no tea, so babbler and bohea stay there, but gravity and expectations and fear, a tremor just, that's all not sure. 544. Heaven has different signs to me. Sometimes I think that noon is but a symbol of the place, and when again at dawn a mighty look runs around the world and settles in the hills, and awe, if it should be like that, upon the ignorance stills. The orchard when the sun is on, the triumph of the birds, when they together victory make, some carnivals of clouds, the rapture of a finished day, returning to the west, all these remind us of the place that man call paradise. Itself be fairer, we suppose, but how ourselves shall be adorned for a superior grace, not yet our eyes can see. 545. They drop like flakes, they drop like stars, like petals from a rose. When suddenly across June a wind with finger goes, they perished in the seamless grass. No eye could find the place, but God can summon every face on his repeatless list. 546. I prayed at first a little girl because they told me to, but stopped when qualified to guess how prayer would feel to me. If I believed God looked around, each time my childish eye fixed full and steady on his own in childish honesty, and told him what I would like today, and parts of his far plan that baffled me, that the mingled side of his divinity. And often since in danger, I count the force it would be to have a God so strong as that to hold my life for me, till I could take the balance that tips so frequent now. It takes me all the while to poise, and then doesn't stay. 547.
Andrew Squitiero, 547. There's been death in the opposite house as lately as today. I know it by the dumb look such houses have alway. The neighbors rustle in and out, the doctor drives away. A window opens like a pod, abrupt mechanically. Somebody flings a mattress out, the children hurry by. They wonder if it died on that. I used to when a boy. The minister goes stiffly in as if the house were his, and he owned all the mourners now and the little boys besides. And then the milliner and the man of the appalling trade to take the measure of the house that'll be that dark parade. Of tassels and of coaches soon, it's easy as a sign, the intuition of the news in just a country town. The blackberry wears a thorn in his side, but no man heard him cry. He offers his berry just the same to partridge and to boy. He sometimes holds upon the fence or struggles to a tree, or clasps a rock with both his hands, but not for sympathy. We tell a hurt to cool it, this mourner to the sky. A little further reaches instead, brave blackberry. 549. The one that could repeat the summer day or greater than itself, though he, minutes of mankind, should be, and he could reproduce the sun at period of going down, the lingering in the stain, I mean, when Orient had been outgrown, and Occident became unknown, his name remained. 550. I measure every grief I meet with narrowing, probing eyes. I wonder if it weighs like mine, or has an easier size. I wonder if they bore it long, or did it just begin? It could not tell the date of mine. It feels so old a pain. I wonder if it hurts to live, and if they have to try, and whether could they choose between, it would not be to die. I note that some, gone patient long, at length renew their smile, an imitation of a light that has so little oil. I wonder if when years have piled some thousands on the harm that hurt them early, such a lapse could give them any balm, or would they go on aching still through centuries of nerve, enlightened to a larger pain in contrast with the love? The grieved are many, I am told. There is the various cause. Death is but one and comes but once and only nails the eyes. There's grief of want and grief of cold, a sort they call despair. There's banishment from native eyes and sight of native air. And though I may not guess the kind correctly, yet to me, a piercing comfort it affords in passing cavalry. To note the fashions of the cross and how they're mostly worn, still fascinated to presume that some are like my own. 551. Conjecturing a climate of unsuspended suns adds poignancy to winter, the shivering fancy turns to a fictitious country to palliate a cold, not obviated of degree nor erased of latitude. 552. There's a languor of the life more imminent than pain, 'tis pain's successor when the soul has suffered all it can. A drowsiness diffuses, a dimness like a fog, envelops consciousness, at mists obliterate a crag. The surgeon does not blanch at pain, his habit is severe, but tell him that it ceased to feel, the creature lying there. And he will tell you skill is late, a mightier than he, has ministered before him, there's no vitality. 553. When diamonds are a legend and diadems a tale, I brooch and earrings for myself, do sow and raise for sale. And though I'm scarce accounted, my art a summer day, had patrons, once it was a queen and once a butterfly.
Panna Nayak, 553. When diamonds are a legend and diamonds a tale, I brooch and earrings for myself, do now and raise for sale. And though I'm scared accounted, my art a summer day had patrons. Once it was a queen and once a butterfly. 554. I had not minded walls. One universe, one rock, and far I heard his silver call, the other side the block. I had turned till my grew, pushed sudden through to his, then my face rake her recompense, the looking in his eyes. But it was a single hair, a filament, a law, a cobweb, wove in adamant, a battlement of straw, a limit like the veil unto the lady's face, but every mesh a citadel and dragons in the crease. 555. A house upon the height that wagon never reached, no dead were ever carried down, no peddler's cart approached. When chimney never smoked, whose windows night and more caught sunrise first and sunset last, then held an empty pane. Whose fate conjecture knew, no other neighbor did, and what it was we never lisped, because he never told. 556. It's coming. The postpone's creature, it gazed the block, and now it gazed the door, chooses its latch from all the other fastenings, enters with a "you know me, sir," simple salute, and certain recognizes, bold were it enemy, brief were its friend, dresses each house in crape and icicle, and carries one out of it to God. 557. I sent 2 sunsets, day and I, in competition ran, I finished 2, and several stars, while he was making one. His own was some ampler, but as I was saying to a friend, mine is the more convenient to carry on the hand. 558. A visitor in Mal, who influences flowers till they are ordered as bust and elegant as glass, who visits in the night and just before the sun concludes his glistening interview, caresses, and is gone, but whom his fingers touched and where his feet have run, and whatsoever mouth he kissed, it is as if it had not been. 559. Through the dark sword and education, the lily passes sure, fills her white foot no trepidation, her faith no fear. Afterward, in the meadow, swinging her berry bell, the mold life, all forgotten now, in ecstasy and death.
Thank you.
Julia Burrows, 560. Did our best moment last, 'twould supersede the heaven. A few, and they by risk procure, so this sort are not given, except as stimulants in cases of despair, or stupor the reserve, these heavenly moments are. A grant of the divine that, certain as it comes, withdraws and leaves the dazzled soul in her unfurnished rooms. 561. Trust in the unexpected. By this was William Kidd, persuaded of the buried gold, as one had testified. Through this the old philosopher his talismanic stone discerned, still withholden, to effort undivine. 'Twas this allured Columbus, when Genoa withdrew, before an apparition baptized America. The same afflicted Thomas, when deity assured 'twas better the perceiving not, provided it believed. 562. 'Twas love, not me, oh punish, pray. The real one died for thee, just him, not me. Such guilt to love thee most, doom it beyond the rest. Forgive it last, 'twas base as Jesus most. Let justice not mistake, we two look so alike. Which was the guilty's sake, 'twas love's, now strike. 563. The brain within its groove runs evenly and true, but let a splinter swerve, 'twere easier for you to put a current back when floods have slit the hills and scooped a turnpike for themselves and trodden out the mills. 564. She hideth her the last, and is the first to rise. Her night doth hardly recompense the choking of her eyes, the closing of her eyes. She doth her purple work, and putteth her away in low apartments in the sod, as worthily as we. To imitate her life, as impotent would be, as make of our perfection mints the julep of the bee. 565. Reverse cannot befall that fine prosperity whose sources are interior as soon adversity. A diamond overtake in far Bolivian ground, misfortune hath no implement could mar it if it found. But little carmine, 566, but little carmine hath her face, of emerald scant. Her gown, her beauty, is the love she doth itself exhibit mine. 567. It knew no medicine, it was not sickness then, nor any need of surgery, and therefore 'twas not pain. It moved away the cheeks, a dimple at a time, and left the profile plainer, and in the place of bloom, it left the little tint that never had a name. You've seen it on a cast's face, was paradise to blame. If momently ajar, temerity drew near, and sickened ever afterward, for somewhat that it saw. 568. It knew no lapse nor diminution, but large, serene, burned on until through dissolution it failed from men. I could not deem these planetary forces annulled, but suffered an exchange of territory or world. 569. A precious moldering pleasure 'tis to meet an antique book. It just the dress his century wore, a privilege, I think, his venerable hand to take, and warming in our own, a passage back or two to make, to times when he was young. his quaint opinions to inspect, his thought to ascertain. On themes concern our mutual mind, the literature of the man. What interested scholars most, what competitions ran, when Plato was a certainty and Sophocles a man. When Sappho was a living girl and Beatrice wore the gown that Dante deified, facts centuries before. He traverses familiar as one should come to town and tell you all your dreams were true. He lived where dreams were born. His presence is enchantment. You beg him not to go. Old volumes shake their vellum heads and tantalize just so.
Mark Funkhauser, 570. I tried to think a lonelier thing than any I had seen, some polar expiation, an omen in the bone of death's tremendous nearness. I probed retrieveless things, my duplicate, note to borrow. A haggard comfort springs from the belief that somewhere within the clutch of thought there dwells one other creature of heavenly love forgot. I plucked at our partition, as one should pry the walls between himself and horror's twin within opposing cells. I almost strove to clasp his hand, such luxury it grew, that as myself could pity him, perhaps he pitied me. 571. 2 butterflies went out at noon and waltzed upon a farm, and then espied circumference and caught a ride with him. Then lost themselves and found themselves in eddies of the sun, till gravitation missed them, and both were wrecked in noon. To all surviving butterflies be this fatuity, example, and monitor to entomology. 572. The day came slow till 5 o'clock, then sprang before the hills like 100 rubies where the light of a sudden musket spills. The purple could not keep the east. The sunrise shook abroad like breaths of topaz packed a night. The lady just unrolled. The happy winds their timbrels took, the birds in docile rows arranged themselves around their prince. The wind is prince of those. The orchard sparkled like a Jew. How mighty 'twas to be a guest in this stupendous place, the parlor of the day. 573. It was a quiet way. He asked if I was his. I made no answer of the tongue, but answer of the eyes. And then he bore me on before this mortal noise, with swiftness as of chariots and distance as of wheels. This world did drop away as acres from the feet of one who leaneth from balloon upon an Esther street. The gulf behind was not, the continents were new, eternity it was before eternity was due. No seasons were to us, 'twas not a night nor moon, nor morn, but sunrise stopped upon the place and fastened it in dawn. 574. I know lives I could miss without a misery, others whose instant wanting would be eternity. The last, a scanty number, 'twould scarcely fill it too. The first, a gnat's horizon, could easily outgrow. 575. I'm saying every day, if I could be queen tomorrow, I'll do this way, and so I deck a little. If it will be, I wake a bourbon, none on me, ben supercilious, with 'twas she, begged in the marketplace yesterday. Court is a stately place, I've heard men say, and so I loop my apron against the majesty with bright pins of buttercup that not too plain rank overtake me, and patch my tongue on twigs of singing rather high, but this might be my brief term to qualify. Put from my simple speech all plain word, take other accounts as such I heard, though but for the cricket just, and but for the bee, not in all the meadow wouldn't cost me. Better to be ready than did next morn. Meet me in Aragon, my old gown on, and the surprised air rustics wear, summoned unexpectedly to Exeter. Thank you.
Peggy Heller, 576. The difference between despair and fear is like the one between the instant of a wreck and when the wreck has been. The mind is smooth, no motion, contented as the eye upon the forehead of a bust that knows it cannot see. 577. I went to heaven. 'Twas a small town, lit with a ruby, lathed with down, stiller than the fields at the full dew, beautiful as pictures no man drew. People like the moth of Mechlin frames, duties of gossamer and eider names, almost contented I could be 'mongst such unique society. 578. The angle of a landscape that every time I wake between my curtain and the wall upon an ample crack, like a Venetian waiting, accosts my open eye is just a bough of apples held slanting in the sky. The pattern of a chimney, the forehead of a hill, sometimes a vein's forefinger, but that's occasional. The seasons shift. My picture upon the emerald bough, I wake to find no emeralds, then diamonds, which the snow from polar caskets fetched me, the chimney and the hill, and just the steeple's finger. These never stir at all. 579. The soul unto itself is an imperial friend of the most agonizing spy an enemy could send. Secure against its own, no treason it can fear. Itself, its sovereign, of itself the soul shall stand in awe. 580. We see, comparatively, the thing so towering high we could not grasp its segment unaided yesterday. This morning's finer verdict makes scarcely worth the toil. A furrow, our Cordillera, our Apennine, a knoll. Perhaps 'tis kindly done us, the anguish and the loss, the wrenching for his firmament, the thing belonged to us. To spare these striding spirits some morning of chagrin, the waking of a gnat's embrace, our giants further on. 581. Of course I prayed, and did God care? He cared as much as on the air a bird had stamped her foot and cried, "Give me." My reason? Life I had not had, but for yourself 'twere better charity to leave me in the atom's tomb, merry and not, and gay and numb, than this smart misery. 582. I'm sorry for the dead today. It's such congenial times old neighbors have at fences. It's time o' year for hay and broad sunburned acquaintance, discourse between the toil and laugh, a homely species that makes the fences smile. It seems so straight to lie away from all the noise of fields, the busy carts, the fragrant cocks, the mower's meter steals a trouble lest they're homesick, those farmers and their wives, set separate from the farming and all the neighbors' lives. A wonder if the sepulchre don't feel a lonesome way when men and boys and carts and June go down the fields to hay.
Pamela Murray Winters. You cannot put a fire out. A thing that can ignite can go itself without a fan upon the slowest night. You cannot fold a flood and put it in a drawer because the winds would find it out and tell your cedar floor. 584. We dream. It is good we are dreaming. It would hurt us were we awake. But since it is playing, kill us, and we are playing, shriek. What harm? Men die externally. It is a truth of blood, but we are dying in drama, and drama is never dead. Cautious, we jar each other, and either open the eyes lest the phantasm prove the mistake, and the livid surprise cool us to shafts of granite with just an age and name, and perhaps a phrase in Egyptian. It's prudenter to dream. 585. If ever the lid gets off my head and lets the brain away, the fellow will go where he belonged, without a hint from me. And the world, if the world be looking on, will see how far from home it is possible for sense to live, the soul there all the time. 586. Some say good night at night. I say good night by day. Goodbye, the going utter me. Good night, I still reply. For parting, that is night, and presence simply dawn itself, the purple on the height, denominated morn. 587. She's happy, with a new content that feels to her like sacrament. She's busy, with an altered care, as just apprenticed to the air. She's tearful if she weep at all, for blissful causes. Most of all, that heaven permit so meek as her to such a fate to minister. 588. The heart asks pleasure first, and then excuse from pain, and then those little anodynes that deaden suffering, and then to go to sleep, and then, if it should be the will of its inquisitor, the privilege to die. 589. They called me to the window, for 'twas sunset, someone said. I only saw a sapphire farm and just a single herd of opal cattle, feeding far upon so vain a hill, as even while I looked, dissolved, nor cattle were, nor soil, but in their room a sea, displayed, and ships of such a size as crew of mountains could afford, and decks to seat the skies. This too the showman rubbed away, and when I looked again, not farm, not opal herd was there, nor Mediterranean. 590. No romance sold unto could so enthrall a man as the perusal of his individual one. 'Tis fictions to dilute to plausibility, our novel. When 'tis small enow to credit, 'tisn't true. 591. I heard a fly buzz when I died. The stillness in the room was like the stillness in the air between the heaves of storm. The eyes around had wrung them dry, and breaths were gathering firm for that last onset when the king is witnessed in the room. I willed my keepsakes, signed away what portion of me be assignable, and then there interposed a fly with blue, uncertain, stumbling buzz between the light and me, and then the the windows failed, and then I could not see to see. 592. The soul that hath a guest doth seldom go abroad. Diviner crowd at home obliterate the need. And courtesy forbids the host's departure when upon himself be visiting the emperor of men.
Stephanie Maston, 593. I watched the moon around the house until upon a pane she stopped, a traveler's privilege for rest. And thereupon I turned as at a stranger. The lady in the town doth think no incivility to lift her glass upon, but never stranger justified the curiosity like mine, for not a foot nor hand nor formula had she, but like a head, a guillotine slid carelessly away, did independent amber sustain her in the sky, or like a stemless flower upheld in rolling air by finer gravitations than bind philosopher. No hunger had she, nor an inn her toilet to suffice, nor avocation nor concern for little mysteries as harass us, like life and death and afterward, or nay, but seemed engrossed to absolute with shining and the sky. The privilege to scrutinize was scarce upon my eyes when, with a silver practice, she vaulted out of gaze. And next, I met her on a cloud, myself too far below to follow her superior pace or its advantage blue. 594. When I hoped, I feared. Since I hoped, I dared, everywhere alone as a church remain. Spectre cannot harm, serpent cannot charm. He deposes doom who hath suffered him. 595. The lightning playeth all the while, but when he singeth, then ourselves are conscious he exists, and we approach him stern, with insulators and a glove whose short sepulchral bass alarms us, though his yellow feet may pass and counterpass. Upon the ropes above our head, continual with the news, not we so much as check our speech, nor stop to cross ourselves. 596. Ourselves were wed one summer. Dear, your vision was in June, and when your little lifetime failed, I wearied too of mine, and overtaken in the dark where you had put me down, by someone carrying a light, I too received the sign. 'Tis true, our futures different lay. Your cottage faced the sun, while oceans and the north must be on every side of mine. 'Tis true, your garden led the bloom, for mine in frosts was sown. And yet one summer we were queens, but you were crowned in June. 597. 'Tis little I could care for pearls, who own the ample sea, or brooches when the emperor with rubies pelteth me, or gold, who am the prince of mines, or diamonds, when have I a diadem to fit a dome, continual upon me. 598. The brain is wider than the sky, for put them side by side, the one the other will contain with ease, and you beside. The brain is deeper than the sea, for hold them blue to blue, the one the other will absorb as sponges buckets do. The brain is just the weight of God, for heft them pound for pound, and they will differ if they do, as syllable from sound. 599. We do not play on graves because there isn't room. Besides, it isn't even, it slants, and people come and put a flower on it and hang their faces so. We're fearing that their hearts will drop and crush our pretty play. And so we move as far as enemies away, just looking round to see how far it is occasionally. 600. her last poems, poets ended. Silver perished with her tongue, not on record, bubbled other, flute or woman so divine. Not unto its summer morning, robin uttered half the tune, gushed too full for the adoring, from the Anglo-Florentine.
Terry Cross Davis, and I'll start at 6:01. When bells stop ringing, church begins. The positive of bells. When cogs stop, that circumference, the ultimate of wheels. 6:02. The manner of its death, when certain it must die, 'tis deemed a privilege to choose. 'Twas Major Andrew's way. When choice of life is past, there yet remains a love. It's little fate to stipulate, how small in those who live. The miracle to tease with babble of the styles, how they are dying mostly now, and customs at St. James. 6:03. The red blaze is the morning, the violet is noon, the yellow day is falling, and after that is none. But miles of sparks at evening reveal the wit that burned, the territory argent that never yet consumed. 6:04. You'll know her by her foot, the smallest gamboge hand, with fingers where the toes should be, with more front than sand. Then this quaint creature's boot, adjusted by a stem, without a button, I could vouch unto a velvet limb. You'll know her by her vest, tight-fitting, orange-brown, inside a jacket duller she wore when she was born. Her cap is small and snug, constructed for the winds. She'd pass for barehead short way off, but as she closer stands. So finer 'tis than wool, you cannot feel the seam, nor is it clasped unto a band, nor held upon a brim. You'll know her by her voice, at first a doubtful tune, a sweet endeavor, but as March to April hurries on, she squanders on your head such arguments of pearl, you beg the robin in your brain to keep the other still. 6:05. I am alive, I guess. The branches of my hand are full of morning glory, and at my fingers' end, the carmine tingles warm, and if I hold a glass across my mouth, it blurs it, physician's proof of breath. I am alive because I am not in a room. The parlor, commonly it is, so visitors may come and lean and view it sideways and add how cold it grew. And was it conscious when it stepped in immortality? I am alive because I do not own a house, entitled to myself, precise, and fitting no one else, and marked by girlhood's name, so visitors may know which door is mine and not mistake and try another key. How good to be alive, how infinite to be alive twofold, the birth I had and this besides in thee. Except the smaller size, no lives are round. These hurry to a sphere and show and end. The larger, slower grow and later hang the summer of Hesperids along. 6:07. I think the longest hour of all is when the cars have come and we are waiting for the coach. It seems as though the time, indignant that the joy was come, did block the gilded hands and would not let the seconds by, but slowest instant ends. The pendulum begins to count like little scholars, loud. The steps grow thicker in the hall, the heart begins to crowd. Then I, my timid service done, though service 'twas of love, take up my little violin and further north remove.
Anne Stone, 608. So glad we are, a stranger dem 'twas sorry that we were, for where the holiday should be, there publishes a tear, nor how ourselves be justified, since grief and joy are done so similar, and Opsizan could not decide between. 609. A night there lay the days between, the day that was before and day that was behind, were one, and now 'twas night, 'twas here. Slow night that must be watched away, as grains upon a shore, too imperceptible to note, till it be night no more. 610. From cocoon forth a butterfly, as lady from her door emerged a summer afternoon, repairing everywhere without design that I could trace, except to stray abroad on miscellaneous enterprise, the clovers understood. Her pretty parasol be seen, contracting in a field where men made hay, then struggling hard with an opposing cloud, where parties, phantom as herself, to nowhere seemed to go in purposeless circumference, as 'twere a tropic show, and notwithstanding bee that worked and flower that zealous blew, this audience of idleness disdained them from the sky, till sundown crept a steady tide, and men that made the hay, and afternoon and butterfly extinguished in the sea. 611. Her sweet weight on my heart a night had scarcely deigned to lie, when, stirring for belief's delight, my bride had slipped away. If 'twas a dream, made solid, just the heaven to confirm, or if myself were dreamed of her, the power to presume with him remain who unto me gave, even as to all, a fiction superseding faith by so much as 'twas real. 612. 'Tis opposites entice deformed men, ponder grace, bright fires, the blanketless, the lost, day's face, the blind, esteem it be enough estate to see the captive, strangles new for deeming, beggars play, to lack enamor thee, though the divinity be only me. 613. The day that I was crowned was like the other days, until the coronation came, and then 'twas otherwise, as carbon in the coal and carbon in the gem are one, and yet the former were dull for diadem. I rose, and all was plain, but when the day declined, myself and it in majesty were equally adorned. The grace that I was chose to me surpassed the crown. That was the witness for the grace, 'twas even that 'twas mine. 614. 'Twas warm at first, like us, until there crept upon a chill, like frost from upon a glass, till all the scene be gone. The forehead copied stone, the fingers grew too cold to ache, and like a skater's brook, the busy eyes congealed. It straightened, that was all. It crowded cold to cold, It multiplied indifference as pride were all it could, and even with chords 'twas lowered like a weight. It made no single nor demurred, but dropped like adamant. 6:15 is next.
Jim Hayes, 6:15. God is a distant, stately lover, woos as he states us by his Son. Verily, a vicarious courtship, Miles and Priscilla were each another. But lest the soul, like fair Priscilla, choose the envoy and spare the groom, vouchous and hyperbolic archness, Miles and John Alder were sycamore. 6:16. If any sink assurer than this, now standing failed like themselves, and conscious that it rose, grew by the fact and not the understanding, how weakness passed or force arose, till that the worst is easy in a moment, dread but the whizzing before the ball, and when the ball enters silence, dying, annuls the power to kill. 6:17. The night was wide and furnished scant, but with a single star, that often as a cloud is not, blew out itself for fear. The wind pursued the little bush and drove away the leaves. November left, then clambered up and fretted in the eaves. No squirrel went abroad, a dog's belated feet, like intermittent plush be heard, adorned the empty street to feel, if blinds be fast and closer to the face, her little rocking chair to draw, and shiver for the poor. The housewife's gentle task, how pleasanter, said she, unto the sofa opposite, the sleet then may know thee. 6:18. To love thee year by year may less appear than sacrifice, and cease however dear. Forever might be short, I thought to show, and so I pieced it with a flower now. 6:19. Did you ever stand in a cavern's mouth, wits out of the sun, and look and shudder and block your breath, and deem to be alone? In such a place, what horror, how goblin it would be, and fly as 'twere pursuing you, then loneliness looks so. Did you ever look in a cannon's face, between those yellow eyes, and yours the judgment intervened, the question of to die, extemporizing in your ear, as cool as satyrs' drums. If you remember and were saved, it's like or so, it seems. 6:20. Much madness is divinest sense to a discerning eye. Much sense the starkest madness, 'tis the majority. In this as all prevail assent, and you are sane, demure, you're straightway dangerous, and handled with a chain.
Susan Galbraith. 6:21. The wind tapped like a tired man, and like a host, come in, I boldly answered, entered then, my residence within. A rapid, footless guest, to offer whom a chair were as impossible as hand a sofa to the air. No bone had he to bind him. His speech was like the push of numerous hummingbirds at once from a superior bush. His countenance a billow, his fingers, as he passed, let go a music as of tunes blown tremulous in glass. He visited, still flitting then like a timid man again. He tapped, 'twas flurriedly, and I became alone. 6:22. To interrupt his yellow plan, the sun does not allow caprices of the atmosphere, and even when the snow heaves balls of specks like vicious boy directly in his eye, does not so much as turn his head, busy with majesty. 'Tis his to stimulate the earth and magnetize the sea and bind astronomy in place, yet any passing by would deem ourselves the busier as the minutest bee that rides, emits a thunder, a bomb to justify. 6:23. Prayer is the little implement through which men teach where presence is denied them, they fling their speech. By means of it, in God's ear, if then he hear, this sums the apparatus comprised in prayer. What care? 6:24. What cares the dead for Chanticleer? What care the dead for day? 'Tis late your sunrise vex their face, and purple ribaldry of morning point as blank on them as on the tier of wall the mason builded yesterday, and equally as cool. What care the dead for summer? The solstice had no sun, could waste the snow before their gate, and knew one bird a tune could shrill their mortized ear. Of all the birds that be, this one, beloved of mankind, henceforward cherished be. What care the dead for winter? Themselves as easy freeze, June noon as January night, as soon the south her breeze of sycamore or cinnamon deposit in a stone, and put a stone to keep it warm, gives spices unto men. 6:25. Forget. The lady with the amulet forgot she wore it at her heart, because she breathed against was treason twixt. Deny did Rose her be for privilege of play, or wile of butterfly, or opportunity, her lord away? The lady with the amulet will fade. The bee in mausoleum laid discard the bride, but longer than the little rill that cooled the forehead of the hill, while other went to sea to fill, and other went to turn the mill, I'll do thy will. 6:26. Undue significance a starving man attaches to food. Far off he sighs, and therefore hopeless, and therefore good. Partaken, it relieves indeed, but proves us that spices fly in the receipt. It was the distance was savory.
Judith Farr. I think I was enchanted when first, a somber girl, I read that foreign lady. The dark felt beautiful, and whether it was noon at night or only heaven at noon, for very lunacy of light, I had not power to tell. The bees became as butterflies, the butterflies as swans approached and spurned the narrow grass, and just the meanest tunes that nature murmured to herself to keep herself in cheer, I took for giants practicing Titanic opera. The days to mighty meters stepped, the homeliest, adorned as of unto a jubilee, 'twere suddenly confirmed. I could not have defined the change. Conversion of the mind, like sanctifying in the soul, is witnessed, not explained. 'Twas a divine insanity, the danger to be sane should I again experience. 'Tis anecdote to turn to tomes of solid witchcraft. Magicians be asleep, but magic hath an element like deity to keep. 628. 'Tis customary as we part, a trinket to confer. It helps to stimulate the faith when lovers be afar. 'Tis various as the various taste. Clematis journeying far presents me with a single curl of her electric hair. 629. The battle fought between the soul and no man is the one of all the battles prevalent, by far the greater one. No news of it be had abroad. Its bodiless campaign establishes and terminates, invisible, unknown, nor history recorded. As legions of a night the sunrise scatters, these endure, enact, and terminate. 630. The soul's superior instants occur to her alone, when friend and earth's occasion have infinite withdrawn, or she herself ascended to too remote a height for lower recognition than her omnipotent. This mortal abolition is seldom but as fair as apparitions subject to autocratic air. Eternity's disclosure to favorites, a few, of the colossal substance of immortality. 631. Me prove it now. Whoever doubt me, stop to prove it now. Make haste, the scruple, dust be scant for opportunity. The river reaches to my feet, as yet my heart be dry. O lover, life could not convince, might death enable thee. The river reaches to my breast, still my hands above proclaim with their remaining might, dost recognize the love? The river reaches to my mouth, remember when the sea swept by my searching eyes, the last, themselves were quick with thee. 632. To lose one's faith surpass the loss of an estate, because estates can be replenished, faith cannot. Inherited with life, belief but once can be. Annihilate a single clause, and being's beggary. 633. I saw no way, the heavens were stitched.
I felt the columns close. The earth reversed her hemispheres. I touched the universe, and back it slid. And I alone, a speck upon a ball, went out upon circumference, beyond the dip of bell. 634. Had I presumed to hope, the loss had been to me a value for the greatness' sake, as giants gone away. Had I presumed to gain a favor so remote, the failure but confirmed the grace in further infinite. 'Tis failure not of hope, but confident despair, advancing on celestial lists with faint terrestrial power. 'Tis honor, though I die, for that no man obtain till he be justified by death. This is the second gain. Okay.
633. I saw no way, the heavens were stitched. I felt the columns close. The earth reversed her hemispheres. I touched the universe, and back it slid, and I alone, a speck upon a ball, went out upon circumference beyond the dip of bell. I think 635. Just to be rich, to waste my guinea on so broad a heart, just to be poor for barefoot pleasure, you, sir, shut me out. 636. It struck me every day the lightning was as new, as if the cloud that instant slit and let the fire through. It burned me in the night. It blistered to my dream. It sickened fresh upon my sight with every morn that came. I thought that storm was brief, the maddest, quickest by, but nature lost the date of this and left it in the sky. 637. I went to thank her, but she slept, her bed a funneled stone, with nosegays at the head and foot that travelers had thrown. Who went to thank her, but she slept? 'Twas short to cross the sea, to look upon her like alive, but turning back 'twas slow. 638. The future never spoke, nor will he, like the dumb, reveal by sign a syllable of his profound to come. But when the news be ripe, presents it in the act, forestalling preparation, escape, or substitute, indifferent to him, the dower as the doom, his office but to execute fate's telegram to him. 639. I gained it so by climbing slow, by catching at the twigs that grow between the bliss and me. It hung so high as well the sky, attempt by strategy. I said I gained it. This was all. Look how I catch it, lest it fall. And I, a pauper, go, unfitted by an instant's grace, for the contented beggar's face I wore an hour ago. 640. Death sets a thing significant. The eye had hurried by, except a perished creature entreat us tenderly to ponder little workmanships in crayon or in wool, with "this was last," her fingers did, industrious until the thimble weighed too heavy, the stitches stopped themselves, and then was put among the dust upon the closer shelves. A book I have, a friend gave, whose pencil here and there had notched the place that pleased him at rest, his fingers are. Now, when I read not, for interrupting tears obliterate the etchings, too costly for repairs.
Jennifer Chang, 641. What I can do, I will, though it be little as a daffodil that I cannot, must be unknown to possibility. 642. There's a flower that bees prefer and butterflies desire. To gain the purple democrat, the hummingbird, aspire. And whatsoever insect pass, on honey bear away, proportion to his several dearth and her capacity. Her face be rounder than the moon and ruddier than the gown of orchis in the pasture, or rhododendron, worn. She doth not wait for June before the world is green. Her sturdy little countenance against the wind be seen, contending with the grass near kinsman to herself, for privilege of sod and sun, sweet litigants for life. And when the hills be full and newer fashions blow, doth not retract a single spice for pang of jealousy. Her public be the noon, her providence the sun, her progress by the bee proclaimed in sovereign swerveless tune. The bravest of the host surrendering the last, nor even of defeat aware when cancelled by the frost. 643. A secret told ceases to be a secret, then a secret kept, that can appall but one. Better of it, continual be afraid than it, and whom you told it to beside. 644. For death, or rather for the things 'twould buy, this, put away life's opportunity. The things that death will buy are room, escape from circumstances, and a name. With gifts of life, how death's gifts may compare, we know not, for the rates lie here. 645. Exhilaration is within. There can no outer wine so royally intoxicate as that diviner brand. The soul achieves herself to drink or set away. For visitor or sacrament, 'tis not a holiday. To stimulate a man who hath the ample Rhine within his closet, best you can, exhale in offering. 646. 'Tis one by one the Father counts, and then a tract between, set cipherless to teach the eye the value of its 10, until the peevish student acquire the quick of skill. The numerals are dowered back, adorning all the rule. 'Tis mostly slate and pencil, and darkness on the school distracts the children's fingers. Still the eternal rule regards least cipherer alike with leader of the band, and every separate urchin's sum is fashioned for his hand. 647. To fill a gap Insert the thing that caused it, lock it up with other, and 'twill yawn the more. You cannot solder an abyss with air. 6:48. I've seen a dying eye run round and round a room, in search of something, as it seemed, then cloudier become, and then obscure with fog, and then be soldered down, without disclosing what it be, 'twere blessed to have seen.
Duane Gelderlos, 649. No rack can torture me, my soul at liberty behind this mortal bone, there knits a bolder one. You cannot prick with saw, nor pierce with scimitar. Two bodies therefore be, bind one, the other fly. The eagle of his nest no easier divest than gain the sky, than mayest thou. Except thyself may be thine enemy. Captivity is consciousness, so's liberty. Death is potential to that man, 650. Death is potential to that man who dies, and to his friend, beyond that, unconscious, unconspicuous to anyone but God. Of these two, God remembers the longest, for the friend is integral, and therefore itself dissolved of God. 651. Smiling back from coronation may be luxury on the heads that started with us, beings, peasantry, recognizing in procession ones we former knew, when ourselves were also dusty centuries ago, had the triumph no conviction of how many may be, stimulated by the contrast unto misery. 652. That I did always love, I bring thee proof, that till I loved, I never lived enough. That I shall love alway, I argue thee, that love is life, and life hath immortality. This doth thou doubt, sweet, that I have nothing to show but Calvary. 653. No crowd that has occurred exhibit, I suppose, that general attendance that resurrection does. Circumference be full, the long restricted grave assert her vital privilege, the dust connect and live. On atoms, features place, all multitudes that were efface in the comparison as suns dissolve a star. Solemnity prevail, its individual doom, possess each separate consciousness, august, absorbed, numb. What duplicate exist, what parallel can be of the significance of this to universe and me? 654. Beauty be not caused, it is. Chase it, and it ceases. Chase it not, and it abides. Overtake the creases. In the meadow, when the wind runs his fingers through it, deity will see to it that you never do it. 655. He parts himself like leaves, and then he closes up, then stands upon a bonnet of any buttercup, and then he runs against and oversets a rose, and then does nothing, then away upon a jib he goes, and dangles like a mote suspended in the noon, uncertain to return below or settle in the moon. What come of him at night, that privilege to say be limited by ignorance, what come of him that day? The frost possess the world, in cabinets be shown, a sepulchre of quaintest flossed, an abbey, a cocoon. 656. I started early, took my dog and visited the sea. The mermaids in the basement came out to look at me. And frigates in the upper floor extended hempen hands, presuming me to be a mouse aground upon the sands. But no man moved me till the tide went past my simple shoe, and past my apron and my belt, and past my bodice too. And then he would eat me up, and holy as a dew, upon a dandelion's sleeve, and then I started too. And he followed close behind. I felt his silver heel upon my ankle, then my shoes would overflow with pearl, until we met the solid town no one seemed to know, and bowing with a mighty look at me, the sea withdrew.
David Yezi, 657. Endow the living with the tears you squander on the dead. And they were men and women now around your fireside, instead of passive creatures, denied the cherishing till they, the cherishing, deny with death's ethereal scorn. 658. 'Tis true, they shut me in the cold, but then themselves were warm, and could not know the feeling 'twas. Forget it, Lord, of them. Let not my witness hinder them in heavenly esteem. No paradise could be conferred through their beloved blame. The harm they did was short, and since myself who bore it do, forgive them even as myself, or else forgive not me. 659. The province of the saved should be the art to save, through skill obtained in themselves, the science of the grave. No man can understand but he that hath endured the dissolution in himself, that man be qualified. To qualify despair to those who, failing new, mistake defeat for death each time, till acclimated to. 660. I took my power in my hand and went against the world. 'Twas not so much as David had, but I was twice as bold. I aimed my pebble, but myself was all the one that fell. Was it Goliath was too large, or myself too small? 661. Some such butterfly be seen on Brazilian pampas, just at noon, no later, sweet, then the license closes. Some such spice express and pass, subject to your plucking as the stars you knew last night, foreigners this morning. 662. I had no cause to be awake. My best was gone to sleep, and morn a new politeness took and failed to wake them up, but called the others clear and passed their curtains by, sweet morning, when I oversleep, knock, recollect to me. I looked at sunrise once, and then I looked at them, and wishfulness in me arose for circumstance the same. 'Twas such an ample peace it could not hold a sigh. 'Twas Sabbath, with the bells divorced. 'Twas sunset all the day. So choosing but a gown and taking but a prayer, the only raiment I should need, I struggled and was there. 663. I fear a man of frugal speech. I fear a silent man. Haranguer I can overtake, or babbler entertain. But he who waiteth while the rest expend their furthest pound, of this man I am wary. I fear that he is grand. 664. Rehearsal to ourselves of withdrawn delight affords a bliss like murder, omnipotent, accurate. We will not drop the dirk because we love the wound. The dirk commemorate itself remind us that we died.
Six, 669, I'm sorry. 665. I'm sorry, I just walked in, I'm a little late. 665. The martyr poets did not tell, but wrought their pang in syllable, that when their mortal name be numb, their mortal fate encouraged some. The martyr painters never spoke, bequeathing rather to their work that when their conscious fingers cease, some seek in art, the art of peace. 666. I cross till I am weary, a mountain in my mind, more mountains, then a sea, more seas, and then a desert find. And my horizon blocks with steady, drifting grains of unconjectured quantity as Asiatic rains. Nor this defeat my pace, it hinder from the west, but as an enemy's salute, one hurrying to rest. What merit had the goal, except there intervene faint doubt, and far competitor to jeopardize the gain? At last, the grace in sight, I shout unto my feet, I offer them the whole of heaven, the instant that we meet. They strive and yet delay, they perish. Do we die, or is this death's experiment reversed in victory? Now 667. Answer, July, where is the bee? Where is the blush? Where is the hay? Ah, said July, where is the seed? Where is the bud? Where is the May? Answer thee, me. Nay, said the May, show me the snow, show me the bells, show me the jay. Quibbled the jay, where be the maize? Where be the haze? Where be the burr? Here, said the year. 668. There is a shame of nobleness confronting sudden pelf, a finer shame of ecstasy convicted of itself. A best disgrace a brave man feels, acknowledged of the brave, one more, ye blessed to be told, but that's behind the grave. (669) An ignorance a sunset confer upon the eye of territory, color, circumference, decay, its amber revelation exhilarate, debase, omnipotence's inspection of our inferior face. And when the solemn features confirm in victory we start as if detected in immortality. Thank
you. You just heard from Dr. Rafael Campo, who will be reading at the Folger Shakespeare Library this evening at 7:30 p.m. I do hope that you can join us. It's just a block down. Coming up next is Joshua Weiner.
$6.70. One crucifixion is recorded only. How many be is not affirmed of mathematics or history. One Calvary, exhibited to stranger, as many be as persons or peninsulas. Gethsemane is but a province in the being's center. Judea for journey or crusades achieving. Too near. Our Lord indeed made compound witness, and yet there's nearer crucifixion than that. 671. The sweetest heresy received that man and woman know, each other's convert, though the faith accommodate but two. The churches are so frequent, the ritual so small, the grace so unavoidable. To fail is infidel. 672. Take your heavens further on. This to heaven divine has gone. Had you earlier blundered in, possibly, e'en you had seen an eternity put on. Now, to ring a door beyond is the utmost of your hand. To the skies, apologize. Nearer to your courtesies than this sufferer polite, dressed to meet you, see, in white. 673. A tongue to tell him I am true. It's free to be of gold. Had nature in her monstrous house a single ragged child, to earn a mine would run that interdicted way, and tell him, charge thee, speak it plain, that so far truth is true, and answer what I do, beginning with the day, that night begun, nay, midnight 'twas, since midnight happened. Say, if once more, pardon, boy, the magnitude thou may enlarge my message. If too vast, another lad, help thee, thy pay in diamonds be, and his in solid gold, say rubies. If he hesitate, my message must be told. Say, last I said was this, that when the hills come down and hold no higher than the plain, my bond have just begun. And when the heavens disband and deity conclude, then look for me. Be sure you say, least figure on the road. 674. I could not prove the years had feet, yet confident they run. Am I, from symptoms that are past and series that are done? I find my feet have further goals. I smile upon the aims that felt so ample yesterday. Today's have vaster claims. I do not doubt the self I was competent to me, but something awkward in the fit proves that, outgrown, I see.
Pamela Murray Winters, 675. What soft, cherubic creatures these gentle women are. One would as soon assault a plush or violate a star. Such dimity convictions, a horror so refined of freckled human nature, of deity ashamed. It's such a common glory, a fisherman's degree. Redemption, brittle lady, be so ashamed of thee. 676. You know that portrait in the moon, so tell me who 'tis like, the very brow, the stooping eyes, a fog for, say, whose sake? The very pattern of the cheek, it varies in the chin, but Ishmael, since we met, 'tis long, and fashions intervene. When moon's at full, 'tis thou, I say. My lips just hold the name. When crescent, thou art worn, I note, but there the golden same. And when some night bold slashing clouds cut thee away from me, that's easier than the other film that glazes holiday. 677. Funny to be a century and see the people going by. I should die of the oddity, but then I'm not so staid as he. He keeps his secrets safely, very. Were he to tell, extremely sorry, this bashful globe of ours would be so dainty of publicity. 678. Not probable. The barest chance, a smile too few, a word too much, and far from heaven as the rest, the soul so close on paradise. What if the bird from journey far, confused by sweets, as mortals are, forget the secret of his wing and perish, but a bow between, O groping feet, O phantom queen. 679. When night is almost done, and sunrise grows so near that we can touch the spaces, it's time to smooth the hair and get the dimples ready and wonder we could care for that old, faded midnight that frightened but an hour. 680. Triumph may be of several kinds. There's triumph in the room, when that old imperator, death, by faith be overcome. There's triumph of the finer mind, when truth, affronted long, advance unmoved to her supreme, her God, her only throng. A triumph when temptations bribe, be slowly handed back, one eye upon the heaven renounced and one upon the rack. Severer triumph by himself, experienced, who pass acquitted from that naked bar, Jehovah's countenance. 681. Don't put up my thread and needle. I'll begin to sew when the birds begin to whistle, better stitches. So, these were bent, my sight got crooked. When my mind is plain, I'll do seams, a queen's endeavor, would not blush to own. Hems too fine for ladies' tracing, to the sightless knot, tucks of dainty interspersion, like a dotted dot. Leave my needle in the furrow where I put it down. I can make the zigzag stitches straight when I am strong. Till then, dreaming I am sewing, fetch the seam I missed. Closer, so I, at my sleeping, still surmise I stitched. 682. So well that I can live without, I love thee. Then how well is that? As well as Jesus? Prove it me that he loved men as I love thee. 683. At leisure is the soul that gets a staggering blow, the width of life before it spreads without a thing to do. It begs you give it work, but just the placing pins or humblest patchwork children do to still its noisy hands.
Okay, number 684. Sweet, safe houses, glad, gay houses, sealed so stately tight, lids of steel on lids of marble, locking bare feet out. Brooks of plush and banks of satin not so softly fall as the laughter and the whisper from their people pearl. No bald death affront their parlors, no bold sickness come to deface their stately treasures. Anguish in the tomb, hum by in muffled coaches, lest they wonder why. Any for the press of smiling, interrupt to die. 685. Glee, the great storm is over. 4 have recovered the land, 40 gone down together into the boiling sand. Ring for the scant salvation, toll for the bonny souls, neighbor and friend and bridegroom spinning upon the shoals. How they will tell the story when winter shake the door, till the children urge, but the 40, did they come back no more? Then a silence suffused the story, and a softness the teller's eye, and the children no further question, and only the sea reply. 686. It makes no difference abroad. The seasons fit the same. The mornings blossom into noons and split their pods of flame. Wild flowers kindle in the woods. The brooks slam all the day. No blackbird baits his banjo for passing Calvary. Auto da fe and judgment are nothing to the bee. His separation from his rose to him sums misery. 687. I ask no other thing, no other was denied. I offered being for it, the mighty merchant sneered. Brazil, he twirled a button without a glance my way. But madam, is there nothing else that we can show today? 688. To know just how he suffered would be dear. To know if any human eyes were near, to whom he could entrust his wavering gaze until it settled broad on paradise. To know if he was patient, part content, was dying as he thought, or different. Was it a pleasant day to die, and did the sunshine face his way? What was his furthest mind, of home or God, or what the distant say? At news that he ceased human nature, such a day. And wishes, had he any, just his sigh accented, had been legible to me. And was he confident until ill fluttered out an everlasting well? And if he spoke, what name was best, What last, what one broke off with at the drowsiest? Was he afraid or tranquil? Might he know how consciousness could grow, till love that was and love too best to be meet, and the junction be eternity. 689. It was too late for man, but early yet for God. Creation impotent to help, but prayer remained our side. How excellent the heaven when earth cannot be had. How hospitable, then, the face of our old neighbor, God.
Mimi Zanino. Forever is composed of nows. 'Tis not a different time, except for infiniteness and latitude of home. From this experienced here, remove the dates to these, let months dissolve in further months and years, exhale in years. Without debate or pause or celebrated days, no different our years would be. From Anno Dominis. 691. 'Twas a long parting, but the time for interview had come before the judgment seat of God the last and second time. These fleshless lovers met, a heaven in a gaze, a heaven of heavens, the privilege of one another's eyes. No lifetime set on them, apparelled as the new unborn, except they had beheld, born infiniter now. Was bridal, ere like this, a paradise, the host, and cherubim and seraphim, the unobtrusive guest. 692. Only God detect the sorrow, only God. The Jehovahs are no babblers unto God. God the Son confided, still secure. God the Spirit's honor, just as sure. 693. Like eyes that looked on wastes, incredulous of aught but blank and steady wilderness diversified by night, just infinites of naught as far as it could see, so looked the face I looked upon, so looked itself on me. I offered it no help, because the cause was mine, the misery a compact, as hopeless as divine. Neither would be absolved, neither would be a queen without the other, therefore we perish, though we reign. 694. A tooth upon our peace, the peace cannot deface, then wherefore be the tooth to vitalize the grace? The heaven hath a hell, itself to signalize, and every sign before the place is guilt with sacrifice. 695. I know where wells grow, droughtless wells deep dug for summer days, where mosses go no more away and pebbles safely plays. It's made of fathoms and a belt of jagged stone, inlaid with emerald halfway down and diamonds jumbled on. It has no bucket. Were I rich, a bucket I would buy. I'm often thirsty, but my lips are so high up, you see. I read in an old-fashioned book that people thirst no more. The wells have buckets to them there. It must mean that, I'm sure. Shall we remember parching then? Those waters sound so grand. I think a little well like mine, dearer to understand. 696. The tint I cannot take, is best, the color too remote that I could show it in bazaar, a guinea at a sight. The fine, impalpable array that swaggers on the eye like Cleopatra's company repeated in the sky. The moments of dominion that happen on the soul and leave it with a discontent too exquisite to tell. The eager look on landscapes as if they just repressed some secret that was pushing like chariots in the vest. The pleading of the summer, that other prank of snow that cushions mystery with tulle for fear the squirrels know. Their graspless manners mock us until the cheated eye shuts arrogantly in the grave. Another way to see.
I'm Sally Keith. 697. Why make it doubt? It hurt it so sick to guess, so strong to know, so brave upon its little bed to tell the very last they said, unto itself and smile and shake for that dear, distant, dangerous sake. But the instead, the pinching fear, that something it did do or dare, offend the vision and it flee, and they no more remember me, nor ever turn to tell me why, O Master, this is misery. 698. I live with him, I see his face, I go no more away, for visitor or sundown, death's single privacy, the only one forestalling mine, and that by right that he presents a claim invisible, no wedlock granted me. I live with him, I hear his voice, I stand alive today to witness to the certainty of immortality. Taught me by time the lower way, conviction every day, that life like this is stopless, be judgment what it may. 699. The power to be true to you, until upon my face the judgment push his picture, presumptuous of your place. Of this, could man deprive me, himself, the heaven excel, whose invitation yours reduced until it showed too small. 700. The way I read a letter's this, 'tis first I lock the door and push it with my fingers. Next, for transport, be it sure. And then I go the furthest off to counteract a knock. Then draw my little letter forth and slowly pick the lock. Then, glancing narrow at the wall and narrow at the floor for firm conviction of a mouse, not exercised before. Pursue how infinite I am, to no one that you know, and sigh for lack of heaven, but not the heaven God bestow. 701. The child's faith is new, whole, like his principle, wide, like the sunrise, on fresh eyes. Never had a doubt, laughs at a scruple, believes all sham, but paradise. Credits the world, deems his dominion broadest of sovereignties, and Caesar mean in the comparison, baseless emperor, ruler of naught, yet swaying all. Grown by and by to hold mistaken his pretty estimates of prickly things, he gains the skill sorrowful as certain men to anticipate instead of kings. 702. Except the heaven had come so near, so seemed to choose my door, the distance would not haunt me so, I had not hoped before. But just to hear the grace depart, I never thought to see, afflicts me with a double loss, 'tis lost, and lost to me. 703. To my small hearth his fire came, and all my house aglow, did fan and rock with sudden light 'tis sunrise, 'twas the sky, empaneled from no summer brief, with limit of decay. 'Twas noon without the news of night, nay nature, it was day. 704. My portion is defeat today, a paler luck than victory. Less paeans, fewer bells, the drums don't follow me with tunes. Defeat, a somewhat slower means, more arduous than balls. 'Tis populous with bone and stain, and men too straight to stoop again, and piles of solid moan, and chips of blank in boyish eyes, and scraps of prayer and death's surprise stamped visible in stone. There's somewhat prouder over there, the trumpets tell it to the air, how different victory to him who has it, and the one who to have had it would have been contenter to die.
David McAlevey. I am ashamed, I hide. What right have I to be a bride, so late a dowerless girl? Nowhere to hide my dazzled face, no one to teach me that new grace, nor introduce my soul. Me to adorn, how tell, trinket to make me beautiful, fabrics of cashmere, never a gown of dun more, raiment instead of pompadour, for me, my soul, to wear. Fingers to frame my round hair, oval, as feudal ladies wore. Far fashions, fair, skill to hold my brow like an earl, plead like a whippoorwill, prove like a pearl. Then for character, fashion my spirit quaint, white, quick like a liquor, gay like light. Bring me my best pride, no more ashamed, no more to hide. Meek let it be, too proud for pride. Baptized this day, a bride. 706. I cannot live with you, it would be life. And life is over there behind the shelf the sexton keeps the key to, putting up our life, his porcelain, like a cup discarded of the housewife, quaint or broke, a newer Sèvres pleases, old ones crack. I could not die with you, for one must wait to shut the other's gaze down. You could not, and could I stand by and see you freeze without my right of frost, death's privilege? Nor could I rise with you, because your face would put out Jesus's, that new grace glow plain and foreign on my homesick eye, except that you than he shone closer by. They judge us, how? For you served heaven, you know, or sought to. I could not, because you saturated sight, and I had no more eyes for sordid excellence as paradise. And were you lost, I would be, though my name rang loudest on the heavenly fame. And were you saved, and I condemned to be where you were not, that self were hell to me. So we must meet apart, you there, I here, with just the door ajar that oceans are, and prayer, and that white sustenance, despair. 707. Size circumscribes. It has no room for petty furniture. The giant tolerates no gnat for ease of gianture, repudiates it all the more because intrinsic size ignores the possibility of calumnies or flies. 708. They put us far apart, as separate as sea and her unsown peninsula. We signified these sea. They took away our eyes. They thwarted us with guns. I see thee, each responded straight through telegraphic signs. With dungeons they devised, but through their thickest skill and their opacest adamant, our souls saw just as well. They summoned us to die. With sweet alacrity we stood upon our stapled feet, condemned but just to see. Permission to recant, permission to forget. We turned our backs upon the sun for perjury of that. Not either noticed death, of paradise aware. Each other's face was all the disk each other's setting saw.
I'm Michael Collier, 709. Me from myself to banish, had I art, invincible my fortress unto all heart. But since myself assault me, how have I peace except by subjugating consciousness? And since we're mutual monarch, how this be except by abdication, me, of me? 7:10. Doom is the house without the door. 'Tis entered from the sun, and then the ladder's thrown away because escape is done. 'Tis varied by the dream of what they do outside, where squirrels play and berries die and hemlocks bow to God. 7:11. I meant to have but modest needs, such as content and heaven, within my income. These could lie, and life and I keep even. But since the last included both, it would suffice my prayer, but just for one to stipulate, and grace would grant the pair. And so, upon this wise I prayed, Great Spirit, give to me a heaven not so large as yours, but large enough for me. A smile suffused Jehovah's face. The cherubim withdrew. Grave saints stole out to look at me and showed their dimples too. I left the place with all my might. I threw my prayer away. The quiet ages picked it up, and judgment twinkled too. That one so honest be extent, it take the tale for true. That whatsoever ye shall ask itself be given you. But I, grown shrewder, scan the skies with a suspicious air, as children, swindled for the first, all swindlers be infer. 7:12. I could suffice for him, I knew, he could suffice for me, yet hesitating fractions, both surveyed infinity. Would I be whole, he sudden broached, my syllable rebelled. 'Twas face to face with nature, forced. 'Twas face to face with God. Withdrew the sun to other wests. Withdrew the furthest star before decision stooped to speech, and then be audibler. The answer of the sun into the motion of the moon. Herself adjust her tides, unto could I do else with mine. 7:13. You left me, sire, two legacies, a legacy of love, a heavenly Father would suffice, had he the offer of. You left me boundaries of pain, capacious as the sea, between eternity and time, your consciousness and me. 7:14. No man can compass a despair as round a goalless road. No faster than a mile at once the traveler proceed, unconscious of the width, unconscious that the sun be setting on his progress. So accurate the one at estimating pain, whose own has just begun, his ignorance the angel that pilot him along. Uh, 7:15.
Maxine Silverman. The sun kept setting, still no hue of afternoon. Upon the village I perceived from house to house was none. The dusk kept dropping, still no dew upon the grass, but only on my forehead stopped and wondered in my face. My feet kept drowsing, still my fingers were awake. Yet why so little sound? Myself unto my seeming make. How well I knew the light before, I could not see it now. 'Tis dying I am doing, but I'm not afraid to know. 7:16. Shells from the coast mistaking, I cherished them for all, happening in after ages to entertain a pearl. Wherefore so late, I murmured, my need of thee be done. Therefore the pearl responded, my period begin. 7:17. The heaven vests for each in that small deity, encraved the grace to worship some bashful summer's day. Half shrinking from the glory it importuned to see, till these faint tabernacles drop in full eternity. How imminent the venture, as one should sue a star, for his mean sake to leave the row and entertain despair. A clemency so common we almost cease to fear, enabling the minutest and furthest to adore. 7:18. The spirit is the conscious ear we actually hear when we inspect. That's audible. That is emitted here. For other surfaces as sound, there hangs a smaller ear outside the castle that contain the other, only here. 7:19. If he were living, dare I ask, and how if he be dead? And so around the words I went of meeting them, afraid. I hinted changes, lapse of time, the surfaces of years. I touched with caution lest they crack and show me to my fears. Reverted to adjoining lives, adroitly turning out wherever I suspected graves. 'Twas prudenter, I thought. And he I pushed with sudden force in face of the suspense, was buried. He, my life just holds the trench. 7:20. As if the sea should part and show a further sea, and that a further, and the three but a presumption be, of periods of seas unvisited, of shores, themselves the verge of seas to be. Eternity is those. 7:21. Nature is what we see, the hill, the afternoon, squirrel, eclipse, the bumblebee, nay, nature is heaven. Nature is what we hear, the bobolink, the sea, thunder, the cricket, nay, nature is harmony. Nature is what we know, but have no art to say, so important our wisdom is to her sincerity.
I'm sorry. There. Thank you. 7:22. Upon concluded lives, there's nothing cooler falls than life's sweet calculations, the mixing bells and palls. Makes lacerating tune to ears the dying side, 'tis coronal and funeral, saluting in the road. 7:23. Have any like myself, investigating March, new houses on the hill decried, and possibly a church? That were not, we are sure, as lately as the snow, and are today, if we exist, though how many this be so. Have any like myself conjectured who may be the occupants of these abodes, so easy to the sky? 'Twould seem that God should be the nearest neighbor to, and heaven a convenient grace for show or company. Have any like myself preserved the charm secure by shunning carefully the place all seasons of the year? Excepting March, 'tis then my villages be seen, and possibly a steeple, not afterward by men. 7:24. Each life converges to some center, expressed or still, exists in every human nature, a goal. Embodied scarcely to itself, it may be too fair for credibility's presumption to mar. Adored with caution as the rainbow's raiment to touch, yet persevered toward, surer for the distance, how high unto the saints' slow diligence the sky. Ungained it may be by a life's low venture, but then, and cease to recollect the augur and the carpenter, just such a retrospect. Hath the perfected life a past of plank and nail, and slowness then the scaffold's drop, affirming it a soul? 7:30. You've seen balloons set, haven't you? So stately they ascend. It is as swans discarded you for duty's diamond. Their liquid feet go softly out upon a sea of blonde. They spurn the air as 'twere to mean for creatures so renowned. Their ribbons just beyond the eye, they struggle some for breath, and yet the crowd applaud below. They would not encore death. The gilded creature strains and spins, trips frantic in a tree, tears open her imperial veins, and tumbles in the sea. The crowd retire with an oath, the dust in streets go down, and clerks in counting rooms observe 'twas only a balloon. 7:31. A thought went up my mind today that I have had before, but did not finish some way back. I could not fix the year, nor where it went, nor why it came the second time to me, nor definitely what it was. Have I the arts to say? But somewhere in my soul I know I've met the thing before. It just reminded me 'twas all and came my way no more. 732. A first mute coming in the stranger's house, a first fair going when the bells rejoice, a first exchange of what hath mingled been, for lot exhibited to faith alone. 733. Out of sight? What of that? See the bird? Reach it. Curve by curve, sweep by sweep, round the steep air, danger. What is that to her? Better 'tis to fail there than debate here. Blue is blue, the world through, amber, amber, dew, dew. Seek, friend, and see. Heaven is shy of earth, that's all. Bashful heaven, thy lover small, hide too from thee.
I'm Amy Stoles. 734. No matter now, sweet, but when I'm Earl, won't you wish you'd spoken to that dull girl? Trivial a word, just trivial, a smile, but won't you wish you'd spared one when I'm Earl? I shan't need it, then, crests will do, eagles on my buckles, on my belt, too. Ermine, my familiar gown, say, sweet, then, won't you wish you'd smiled just me upon? 735. The moon was but a chin of gold a night or two ago, and now she turns her perfect face upon the world below. Her forehead is of amplest blonde, her cheek a beryl hewn, her eye unto the summer dew the likest I have known. Her lips of amber never part, but what must be the smile upon her friend she could confer, were such her silver will. And what a privilege to be but the remotest star, for certainty she'd take her way beside your palace door. Her bonnet is the firmament, the universe her shoe, the stars, the trinkets at her belt, her dimnies of blue. You said that I was great one day, then great it be, if that please thee, or small or any size at all. Nay, I'm the size suit thee. Tall like the stag, would that? Or lower like the wren, or other heights of other ones I've seen? Tell which, it's dull to guess, and I must be rhinoceros or mouse at once for thee. So say, if queen it be, or page, please thee, I'm that, or not, or other thing, if other thing there be, with just this stipulus, I suit thee. 737. I many times thought peace had come, when peace was far away, as wrecked men deem they sight the land at center of the sea, and struggle slacker, but to prove, as hopelessly as I, how many the fictitious shores or any harbor be. 738. No other can reduce our mortal consequence, like the remembering it be not, a period from hence, but contemplation for contemporaneous naught, our only competition, Jehovah's estimate. 739. Joy to have merited the pain, to merit the release, joy to have perished every step, to compass paradise. Pardon, to look upon thy face with these old-fashioned eyes, better than new, could be for that, though bought in paradise, because they looked on thee before, and thou hast looked on them. Prove me, my hazel witnesses, the features are the same. So fleet thou wert when present, so infinite when gone, an Orient's apparition, remanded of the morn. The height I recollect, 'twas even with the hills, the depth upon my soul was notched, as floods on whites of wheels, to haunt till time have dropped his last decade away, and haunting actualize, to last, at least, eternity.
My name is Sarah Browning. On a columnar self, how ample to rely in tumult or extremity. How good the certainty that lever cannot pry and wedge cannot divide. Conviction that granite base, though none be on our side. Suffice us for a crowd, ourself, and rectitude, and that assembly not far off from furthest spirit, God. 741. Nature, the gentlest mother is, impatient of no child, the feeblest or the waywardest, her admonition mild. In forest and the hill, by traveler be heard, restraining rampant squirrel or too impetuous bird. How fair her conversation a summer afternoon, her household, her assembly, and when the sun goes down, her voices among the aisles incite the timid prayer of the minutest cricket, the most unworthy flower. When all the children sleep, she turns as long away as will suffice to light her lamps, then bending from the sky with infinite affection and infiniter care, her golden finger on her lip wills silence everywhere. 742. No prisoner be where liberty himself abide with thee. Behind me dips eternity, before me immortality. Myself the term between. Death but the drift of eastern gray, dissolving into dawn away before the west begin. 'Tis kingdoms afterward, they say, in perfect, pauseless monarchy, whose prince is son of none, himself his dateless dynasty, himself diversify in duplicate divine. 'Tis miracle before me then, 'tis miracle behind, between, a crescent in the sea, with midnight to the north of her, and midnight to the south of her, and maelstrom in the sky. 744. She dwelleth in the ground where daffodils abide, her maker, her metropolis, the universe, her maid. To fetch her grace and hue and fairness and renown, the firmaments, to pluck her and fetch her thee, be mine. 745. Sweet mountains, ye tell me no lie, never deny me, never fly. Those same unvarying eyes turn on me when I fail or feign, or take the royal names in vain, their far, slow, violet gaze. My strong Madonnas cherish still the wayward nun beneath the hill, whose service is to you her latest worship. When the day fades from the firmament away, to lift her brows on you. "7:46. It tossed and tossed a little brig I knew, or took by blast. It spun and groped delirious for morn. It slipped and slipped as one that drunken stepped. Its white foot tripped, then dropped from sight. Ah, brig, good night, to crew and you, the ocean's heart too smooth, too blue to break for you."
What a perfect ending. Good afternoon. I'm Terry Cross Davis, the Poetry and Lectures Coordinator for the Folger Shakespeare Library. There were no words dropped carelessly off the page today, and that was in thanks to all our incredible and dedicated readers who took part in today's marathon. As for our audience, we hope that you felt as if no fire could warm you. Of course, the weather may have helped us in this endeavor, because you definitely heard poetry here today. Our celebration of Emily Dickinson is not over. Please join us at 7:30 at the Folger Shakespeare Library, just one block away, to hear the acclaimed poet Raphael Campos reading and lecture for the annual Emily Dickinson Birthday Tribute Reading. Following that reading will be a wine reception with Dickinson's famous black cake as envisioned by the Sugar Chef. So please, a round of applause for Eleanor Higginbotham of the Emily Dickinson International Society, Rob Casper of the Poetry and Lecture Center, and all the staff here at the Library of Congress, and to you, and please, an early happy birthday to Emily.
This has been a presentation of the Library of Congress. Visit us at loc.gov.